A Sissy's bewitchment. On rejoining Cousin Karen outside Mrs. Hegarty's office, I felt both a sense of relief as well as a sense of dread. Whereas I sensed a feeling of relief to be out of Mrs. Hegarty's office, I could not help feeling a certain amount of dread as to what was going to happen in the future. What's more, I was to now be privately tutored by this tall eccentric lady we had only all just met. It was as if Mrs. Hegarty had made a drastic change from a fairly friendly amenable shop manageress whilst downstairs to the demon headmistress once she got upstairs into her office. My ever-astute Cousin Karen sensed my confusion and distress as I stood next to her. There was a silence between us for a minute or so whilst I grabbed my thoughts together. After this minute or so, Cousin Karen started to ask questions. Although Cousin Karen had heard the unmistakable noises of a cane landing on its target, she sensed that I was not overly distressed. Bearing this all in mind, she came to the conclusion that I could not have been caned whilst in the office. However, she was curious as to what the noise had been. As well as this, she was frightfully curious as to what had actually gone on in the office. Cousin Karen never thought anything of earwigging on other people's conversations. Since being very young, she had learned to fully manipulate the art of earwigging in order to gain information on other people. This information she gained she would store to possibly be used at a later date. As well as this, Cousin Karen had appeared to fully master the art of interrogation. Much the same as what appeared to be the way Mrs. Hegarty said she would be running my private tuition, this could be done the easy way or the hard way. Cousin Karen could either gently coax information out of someone, or she could demand people give her the information. Either way, she would get the information she felt she was entitled to know. However, at this moment in time, she had decided to show a degree of compassion and gently coax the information out of me. I started to explain how I was now to be privately tutored by Mrs. Hegarty at Nanny Mitchell's house and how I would not be returning to my current school. "But she is a witch," responded Cousin Karen, cutting into my explanation. I looked into the eyes of my cousin, dumbstruck as if to question why she had reached this conclusion. "Honestly, Patricia, she is a witch, I tell you," Cousin Karen further interjected. "But there is no such thing as witches," I finally replied. "Yes, there is," Cousin Karen quickly responded, "and she is trying to put a spell on all of us." "I should know, I am a witch myself." Once again I looked at Cousin Karen, quite dumbstruck at this latest revelation. "But I thought witches were things of fairy tales and fantasy," I said, once again in a confused state. "No," said Karen, stamping her foot down as if to emphasize her point. "Witches do exist, and Mrs. Hegarty is one. She is manipulating and putting a spell on Nanny Mitchell as we speak. I can tell." It appeared Cousin Karen was now in full flow. However, the information Cousin Karen was coming out with was possibly going to all happen at a later date. When I informed Cousin Karen that Mrs. Hegarty had given Nanny Mitchell school clothing vouchers as well as a £20 note, it seemed that she already knew. How she knew was totally beyond me. I wondered to myself, had she been earwigging? However, I was also starting to wonder to myself if it was true that Karen could see into the future. It appeared that Cousin Karen had been right about many things. It also appeared that Cousin Karen had already known that I was going to be transformed from a boy into a girl. As well as this, it appeared that once I was transformed into a girl, Cousin Karen's attitude would change towards me and would become much more friendly, as if I was a twin sister. I had already noticed that Cousin Karen had started to call me Patricia instead of Peter. Why had she been so quick to do this? Was she in on this as well? Had everyone sat down at a table and plotted what was to become of me? To say my mind was boggled would be an understatement. Cousin Karen herself appeared to be deep in concentration, as if she was having some form of psychic prophecy. Both of us stood silent as she was doing so. It was then that Cousin Karen started to explain to me what may be happening in the future. She told me that she could not as of yet work out as to whether Mrs. Hegarty was a good witch or a bad witch. However, one thing was for sure, she was certainly a witch. It was at this time I noticed that Cousin Karen began to falter a little. On reflection, being so young at the time, this was bound to happen. She had yet to fully master the art of being a witch. One trait myself and cousin Karen did share was that we were both fairly resilient. Bearing this in mind, cousin Karen carried on with her prophecies for the future. She told me that she thought that the private tuition Mrs. Hegarty was going to give me was only the start of a much wider picture. She went on to inform me that Mrs. Hegarty was going to become an integral part of everyone's lives. It was also possible that eventually, Nanny Mitchell's house was going to be eventually transformed into a school for special girls. By special girls, she meant girls who were not really girls but ones that showed female traits. Once again Karen was starting to falter a little. It appeared that these revelations that Karen was coming out with were even too much for her bright young mind. Meanwhile, back in the office, it appeared that Mrs. Hegarty and Nanny Mitchell were getting up to all kinds of shenanigans. Instead of drinking cups of tea, which was the original plan, Mrs. Hegarty had brought out the sherry and both Nanny Mitchell and her were having a little tipple whilst discussing the future. For Mrs. Hegarty, the future was looking bright. Finally, she could resume her role as a headmistress. For Nanny Mitchell, the future was also looking promising as she had a new friend. However, after a glass or two of sherry, this friendship was appearing to become a little more frivolous. The conversation about Mrs. Hegarty's use of chastisement as a headmistress had made Nanny Mitchell somewhat curious. This curiosity had resulted in Mrs. Hegarty offering to demonstrate her discipline techniques on Nanny Mitchell. At first Nanny Mitchell declined her offer, however after her second glass of sherry she appeared to be taking on the traits of a giggling school pupil. This had not gone unnoticed by Mrs. Hegarty, who promptly offered Nanny Mitchell a third glass of sherry, which she gladly accepted. "If nothing else, it will keep me warm when I go back outside," said Nanny Mitchell whilst downing her drink. "I have something else that could keep you warm," replied Mrs. Hegarty in a matter-of-fact kind of manner whilst picking up the slipper that had been on the table. "It is a well-known fact, Dorothy, that one should never administer discipline that they would not be prepared to receive themselves," said Mrs. Hegarty once again in a matter-of-fact kind of voice. With this Nanny Mitchell giggled as if she were someone much younger. She had often wondered to herself what it would be like to receive a spanking instead of administering one, as she had done so often. Mrs. Hegarty sensed this and took full advantage of the current situation. Meanwhile, back outside the office, myself and cousin Karen were starting to hear the giggles and laughter of Nanny Mitchell and Mrs. Hegarty. These giggles, however, were broken when we heard the unmistakable sounds of 6 of the best coming from the office. A Sissy school game. Most weekends I stayed at Nanny Mitchell's house. Although at times she could be somewhat of a tyrant, I was comfortable there and I at least felt at home. As well as having me stay over most weekends, at times Nanny Mitchell would have my cousin, Karen, her other granddaughter, stay over for the weekend as well. Although, in a fashion, Karen and I got on well enough, like all youngsters we fought at times like cat and dog. Being a year older, it appeared I would always get the blame if we argued, and I would be the one either threatened with a smack or given a smack. It was no great secret that Nanny Mitchell favored cousin Karen over me. For cousin Karen was her little treasure. She pronounced her words properly, did well at school, and was a credit to her parents. I, on the other hand, had a minor speech impediment, did not do well at school and was not really a credit to my parents. It was also no great surprise that cousin Karen took full advantage of this favoritism. If I did anything that upset cousin Karen, she would not hesitate to tell on me. If cousin Karen struck me, I was ill obliged to strike her back, for if I did, she would cry crocodile tears, tell on me, and I would be for the high jump. If cousin Karen wanted to go on the swing when I was on it, I would have to give it up, or again she would cry crocodile tears and tell on me. If Cousin Karen wanted to play a certain game, I had to play that game, or once again, you guessed it, she would cry crocodile tears and tell on me. And so on. In fact, at times, it is safe to say that Cousin Karen was not very nice at all. Most of the weekends we spent together at Nanny Mitchell's were taken up with Cousin Karen crying crocodile tears and telling on me. However, apart from all this oversight, we got on well enough. It was on one particular weekend that Cousin Karen decided that we were going to play a dress-up game. Nanny Mitchell was busy in the kitchen baking a wedding cake for a couple who were about to be married. As it was pouring down with rain that day, and Nanny Mitchell did not want us under her feet, we were told to go to the bedroom and play. We were also told in no uncertain terms to play nicely, and that she did not want to hear any squabbling or there would be big trouble. Big trouble normally meant big trouble for me, and Cousin Karen getting off scot-free. This weekend Karen had proudly arrived at Nanny Mitchell's early on a Friday afternoon wearing her school uniform. This uniform consisted of a green gingham dress, white school ankle socks, a pair of brown T-bar sandals, a dark green blazer, and a straw hat. Karen had long ago decided that when she grew up she wanted to be a school teacher or a headmistress. When asked why she wanted to be in this occupation, she would reply, "Because I want to be in charge of everyone and smack people when they are naughty." Unlike me, Cousin Karen went to a private school and so far she and her parents were very proud of her academic achievements. Although, as I say, Cousin Karen was a year younger than me, academically she was ahead. This afternoon it was decided that we were going to play schools. Cousin Karen was going to be the teacher and I was going to be the pupil. If this was not bad enough, to add to the humiliation, Cousin Karen decided that I was going to wear her school uniform. I informed Cousin Karen that this may not be a good idea as I was a little bigger than her and the uniform may not fit. Naturally, Cousin Karen was not having any of this. "Make it fit," was her taught reply. She went on to tell me that she was going to go to Nanny Mitchell's clothing cupboard to find something suitable for her as a teacher to wear and that I had better be dressed by the time she got back. Once again I tried to tell Cousin Karen that this was not a good idea as Nanny Mitchell forbid us to go into her bedroom, let alone help ourselves to items of attire for our dress-up games. However, it was too late, Cousin Karen had already gone. Being a little more easygoing than Karen, I decided that rather than protest it would be a lot easier if I just went along with things. However, one thing was for sure. I was going to draw the line at having to wear Cousin Karen's underwear. With dread, I looked at the garments that Karen had laid out for me on the bed. I thought to myself in my young mind, how on earth do I get myself into these situations? Maybe I would have been better off staying at home. However, on second thought, staying at home with my stepfather's constant bullying behavior was a lot worse than my current situation at Nanny Mitchell's. So like I say, I just went along with it all. Slowly but surely I put on Cousin Karen's green school gingham dress. The gingham dress itself was not of the soft cotton variety that I had imagined it would be. It had been ironed and starched, thus the fabric was fairly stiff and rigid. I felt this rigidness as I put the gingham dress on. Next were her clean school socks, which were a little on the tight side as Cousin Karen was a size smaller than I. I imagined if the socks barely fitted, I was going to have some trouble fitting into her brown T-bar sandals. I picked up one of Cousin Karen's T-bar sandals and tried to push my foot into it, but alas it would not fit. Whilst I was trying to fit the T-bar sandal on my foot, Karen walked into the room wearing one of Nanny Mitchell's dresses. God forbid, I thought to myself. If Nanny Mitchell catches us both, there will be tears before bedtime. The dress itself was of the plain brown variety with some kind of herringbone design in it and a white collar. Cousin Karen had also helped herself to one of Nanny Mitchell's brooches, which would mean further trouble if we were caught. However, none of this seemed to register with Cousin Karen, who was already well and truly immersed in her role as a school teacher. "Why are you not ready for school, girl?" Cousin Karen barked at me. "Karen," I replied, "your shoes do not fit me." "Well, make them fit," she replied sharply. At times, even though Cousin Karen was academically bright beyond her years, I truly questioned her sanity. Not only did she want me to dress in her school uniform, not only did she want to help herself to the contents of Nanny Mitchell's wardrobe, to make herself look more grown up, something that was definitely sure to get us both into trouble. She now wanted me to magically make a pair of T-bar sandals that were a size too small fit me. Cousin Karen decided that she would kindly, or unkindly, whichever way you look at it, help me squeeze into the ill-fitting footwear. She proceeded to snatch the sandal from me and push my foot into it. Cousin Karen was not one to give up easily. However, as much as she tried, she could not get the sandal to fit. Finally defeated, she grabbed the sandal and brought it down with a very hard whack to the tops of my thighs. I was now used to being smacked and had trained myself not to make too much of a fuss. However, this smack that Cousin Karen had delivered nearly made me howl. It certainly made me wince. "Stupid girl," Cousin Karen hissed through gritted teeth. "Next time you come to school, bring shoes along that fit you." Even at my young age, words failed me. These were not my shoes. However, Cousin Karen was truly immersed in her role. "We have wasted enough time already," she continued. "Put your plimsolls on, Patricia, and go and sit at your desk." Patricia. I thought out aloud. In Cousin Karen's emulation of a schoolteacher, she had already decided in her ultimate wisdom to change my name from Peter to Patricia. However, as per usual, I gave in to her demands. Under the chest of drawers in the bedroom were a pair of my black school pumps, which I duly put on. On reflection, I think Cousin Karen must have thought this game up well in advance. In the bedroom at Nanny Mitchell's house, which we youngsters stayed in, was a small adjacent bedroom. Karen had already taken it upon herself, well in advance, to transfer this room into a mock school room. In this room, there was a chair and a table, which were to be the teacher's chair and table. I, on the other hand, was to sit on the floor, so that Cousin Karen could peer over me in her national health spectacles. Cousin Karen led me into the mock schoolroom and told me to be seated. The floor itself was wooden and had not been swept for some time, thus it was a little dusty. Cousin Karen seated herself at her mock teacher's desk and announced that her name was now Miss Wright and I was to address her as this from now on. Myself, I just sat there dumbstruck. Cousin Karen, or Miss Wright as she was now to be known, went on to inform me that she was now going to take me for a remedial maths lesson. It was no great secret throughout my family that although my schoolwork was fairly abysmal, maths was by far my worst subject. Cousin Karen had obviously gotten wind of this fact and was going to use it to her full advantage. Naturally, Cousin Karen knew all her timetables off by heart and was even starting to learn algebra. I, on the other hand, even struggled with my 2 times table and had no idea what algebra even was. Obviously, Karen, being somewhat spiteful at times, wanted to make this lesson as painful as possible. She informed me that we would start with something simple. Our 7 times table. Cousin Karen gave some form of an evil grin as she announced this. For she knew that if I struggled with my 2 times table, I was not going to stand a chance with any of the others, let alone 7 times table, which was the hardest of all. At times Nanny Mitchell had told us, youngsters, of her school days. Back in her days, there was no such thing as modern teaching methods, it was the 3 R's. These were reading, arithmetic, and writing. The majority of these were taught by repetition. Cousin Karen decided that it would be a truly superb idea to attempt to teach me my 7 times table by means of repetition. Carrying a ruler in her hand, which would soon almost definitely be used as a weapon, she started to recite her 7 times table in an angelic voice. 1 7 is 7. 2 7s are 14. 3 7s are 21. 4 7s are 28. 5 7s are 35. 6 7s are 42. 7 7s is 49. 8 7s are 56. 9 7s are 63. 10 7s are 70. 11 7s are 77. 12 7s are 84. Now it is your turn, Patricia, Karen said in a stern teacher-like voice. Really and truly I did not stand a chance of getting past 1 times 7. However, try I must, so in my dulcet tones, I started. 1 times 7 is 7. 2 times 7 is 13. Stop! 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 Shrieked Karen, smacking her ruler down on the desk as if to emphasize the point. Are you an imbecile? Have you not listened to a word I have said? Do you have a problem listening? All these sayings appeared to come from the teacher's handbook of insults delivered to pupils that failed, that Cousin Karen must have listened to over a period of time and rehearsed to the letter. We will try again, and this time listen if you know what is good for you. Once again, in a truly angelic voice, Cousin Karen recited her times table as if to show off how clever she was and how stupid I was. Now you repeat what I have just said and this time get it right. This time I managed to do a little better and got the first 3 correct, however, I stumbled when it came to 4 times 7. Karen in her role as Miss Right was now furious. You are simply not even trying, Patricia, she shrieked. Come to the front of the class, she demanded. Slowly I got myself off the floor and went to Karen's mock school desk. I knew in my mind's mind that I was not going to enjoy what was about to happen next. Cousin Karen had already made a grab for the plastic ruler and was by now flexing it. Hold out your hand, she ordered. Hesitating for a moment, I duly held out my right hand. Karen lifted the ruler as high as she possibly could, and brought it down with as much gusto as she could manage. 3 times that ruler came down on my defenseless hand. This was no longer a game, this was becoming quite serious. Other hand, Karen ordered. Another 3 strokes were firmly delivered on my left hand with just as much force as the ones on my other hand. Karen then looked at a green school gingham dress that I had been made to wear. Obviously, she noticed that the dusty floor where I had been sitting had now made its way onto her dress. To say Cousin Karen was not happy was a huge understatement. However, for the time being she remained transfixed in her role as a school teacher and used the dust that had made it onto her dress to her full advantage. Look at the state of your dress, Patricia. Karen barked at me. How dare you come into class in such a filthy mess? Do you not clean your dress before you come to school? At this time I decided it may be a good idea to break out of role, if only to explain that Cousin Karen's gingham dress was hers and not mine. Sissy's party exclusion. Oh, that's not fair. I sulked. She came to my birthday party. Yes, and your sister knows how to behave herself, unlike you, David, Mum replied. Close your eyes, she said. I closed my eyes tight shut as Mum rinsed the shampoo from my hair. Jug after jug of water ran off my head and over my face, splashing off my shoulders and into the bath. Once rinsed, I opened my eyes. Now I want you to be a good boy and stay in your room until the girls have gone. Do you understand? But I don't want to stay in my room when Janet's having a party. I want to join in. You want to tease her friends, make fun of their dresses, pull their hair and be the center of attention, David, my mother stated. And for that reason, you shall stay in your room, out of sight, and out of mind. Well, what if I get bored and just decide to come downstairs? I said. Well, you've got plenty of books and games to play with. You shouldn't get bored, Mum replied as she held open a big towel. I stepped out of the bath and wrapped myself in it as Mum took to my hair with a hand towel. And even if you do get bored, I think you'll find something to do that doesn't involve disturbing your sister and her friends. Well, what if I get hungry? I said. I'll have to get something to eat. I think you'll find it in yourself to wait till the girls have gone. Mum said. Now. Come on, put your vest on, she said. Mum held the gathered vest for me. I pushed my hands into the armholes and she pulled it over my head and onto my body. Hey, this is one of Janet's vests. I yelped, noticing the lace trim. It is, Mum replied. I'm not wearing those. Oh yes you are, Mum said calmly. And then you're going to wear one of Janet's party dresses. Why? I sulked as Mum picked up my foot and stuck it through one of the lace-trimmed leg holes. I'm not even going to her stupid party. No, you're going to stay in your room and be a good boy, but if you have to come downstairs for whatever reason, at least you'll be wearing a pretty dress and the girls can tease you for a change, she explained with a mischievous grin. Tilda. David just stuck out his bottom lip and I knew I had him. That's horrible, he sulked. Well, the sooner we find you a nice dress to cover you up the better. I grinned before leading him by the hand to Janet's bedroom. He glanced around nervously at the pink and purple decor. For many boys, there is nothing closer to an inhospitable alien landscape than a girl's bedroom. His jaw visibly dropped as I opened her wardrobe to reveal a resplendent display of frocks, skirts and blouses. Can you see anything you like? I said to the bemused boy, maybe a nice pink one. I suggested. He shook his head and stuck out his lip. What about this one? Boys like blue. I said, pulling out a pale blue frock with a large frilly collar and lace-trimmed sleeves. No. I put it back and pulled out a green spotty frock. This one then. I don't want to wear a dress, he moaned. Everyone will laugh at me. Not if you stay in your room, be as quiet as a mouse and as good as gold, I informed him as I began to unfasten the buttons that ran all the way down the back. On his face was a look of sheer defeat. He clearly couldn't believe I was making him wear a dress, yet appears to know full well there is nothing he can do about it. You're going to look so pretty in this, I said once I'd undone all the buttons. It's a pity no one's going to see you, I said as David began to physically tremble. He murmured what sounded like a final appeal as I laid the unbuttoned dress on the bed. I looked him up and down. His pale thin legs emerged from lace-trimmed knickers, into which a matching girly vest was tucked. Shyly, and reluctantly, he stepped toward his sister's bed and approached the dreaded dress. It's not fair that I have to wear the dress, he sulked. It's entirely fair, I said as he stepped ever closer to it. Hold your horses, David. You're not quite ready yet. I grinned. You haven't got any tights on, or a slip. I teased as I opened one of Janet's drawers. Why do I have to wear tights too? He complained as I chose a nice lacy pair. Because they'll make your legs look pretty, I said as I helped him into them. Aren't they nice? I asked as I stood him up and pulled them over his knickers. He just looked down at himself and stuck out his lip that little bit further. The petticoating pamphlet was right, once they've got their knickers on, they know there's no turning back. They might not enjoy it but they will accept it. What the pamphlet didn't mention was just how much I'd enjoy it, and he's barely dressed yet. Next came the slip, a pettislip to be exact. I made him give me a twirl before helping him into the dress. I took my time as I fastened the long row of buttons up his back. Now you've got to promise me you'll keep this dress on all afternoon, I said. I'm not, he grumped. I'll take it off as soon as I'm in my room and I'll put my own clothes on. I had a feeling you'd be thinking that, I said. I guess he figured I was still fiddling with the buttons. He was aware that I was stitching the top few together. He'd have protested more. What's that? He whined as I wrapped a broad chiffon sash around his waist. It's a sash, I said as I tied it in an ornate bow at the small of his back. Now keep still, I instructed. What are you doing? I'm stitching the bow to stop you from untying it, and if you can't untie your sash, you can't take your dress off. It's not my dress. It is whilst you're wearing it, I said as I turned him to face me. Now I'll warn you, David, if you take it off you'll be sorry. If you damage it you'll be sorry. If you disturb or disrupt your sister's party in any way, you'll be sorry. I explained. If you think otherwise, you'll be sorry, I added. Do you understand? I asked. He hung his head, stuck out his lip and murmured, yes. Well, I hope so. I checked the time. I'm going to tell Janet that you've gone out with your friends, so she won't even know you're here, so unless you want her to see you, you'll be as quiet as a mouse, won't you? He hung his head and nodded. I routed out a pair of Janet's shoes which I guessed would fit him, and they did. Come on. I'll make you some lunch before Janet gets back. I'm not hungry, he sulked. Well, I'll make you a packed lunch, then you can eat it in your room when you are hungry. He looked up at me and forced a compliant smile through his frown. I could feel the fear radiate from him as I led him to his own bedroom. In retrospect, maybe I should have felt a little guilty as I basked in the warm glow of complete control, but that's a guilty pleasure for you. I'd only recently come across the concept of petticoating, and although highly unusual, it's a highly intriguing concept. Putting a boy in a girl's clothes is like putting them in a straitjacket. It renders them powerless and completely obedient. He didn't say a word when I gave him his packed lunch in one of his sister's pink lunchboxes with a silhouette of a ballerina, and the words, "Love to dance," in glittery italics on it. Adding insult to injury, I gave him a drink of juice in a pink Minnie Mouse beaker with a curly straw. He sat on his bed with his head hung low. Now are you sure you're going to be a good boy and stay in your room? Yes, he murmured. And you're going to keep your dress on until I say you can take it off? I asked as I looked him up and down. He screwed up his face and nodded. Well, I certainly hope so, otherwise you'll be sorry. I reminded him as I took hold of the door handle. What if I need the toilet? He asked. I advised him to go before the girls arrive. What if I need to go again? He asked. You'll have to either risk being spotted on the landing or hold on till they've gone. But what if I can't hold on? He whined. Shall I put you in a nappy? I threatened. Not that I have any. The petticoating pamphlet does mention the benefits of diaper discipline, but since that's generally reserved for bedtime, I figured they wouldn't be necessary. I threatened him further by suggesting I could borrow some nappies from a neighbor. He shook his head. I shut the door and returned downstairs to make the final preparations for the onslaught of girls. It felt like the longest afternoon of my life. The girly giggles and yelps echoed up through my carpet. Footsteps sounded up and down the stairs as regular as clockwork, and I was convinced that at any moment, my door will open and I'll be seen, exposed, and humiliated. I spent each and every one of some 200 minutes fearing I'd be found by one of the girls mistaking my bedroom door for the bathroom door. Part of me wanted to rip the dress off, especially since my own irrefutably male clothes filled my drawers and wardrobe, but having tested the stitched sash and failed to undo the buttons, my only option would be cutting it off. I don't know what Mum would do if I did take it off. All she said was I'd be sorry. If she hadn't been so vague about the consequences, I'd be better placed to weigh up my options. So I sat, silent and still, staring at the dress that encases me. Stupid girls, I muttered as their shrieks and shrills echoed through the floor. Downstairs the girls played dancing games, pass the parcel, paper fashion, and a host of other party games. They ate jelly and ice cream, drank fizzy pop, gossiped and giggled. Janet, the birthday girl, loved every minute of her party. She was glad her usually horrid brother had gone to one of his friends' houses and wouldn't be back until the party was over, otherwise he'd be teasing and taunting and pestering the girls as he and many other boys invariably do. Eventually, the party drew to a close, and Janet's friends were collected by their parents. Unseen from the upstairs window, David watched them climb into cars or walk down the street, each wearing a pretty party dress just as prissy as his own. Stupid girls, he sulked. Once the girls had gone, Janet's mother says, that was a lovely party, wasn't it? Why don't you go and tell your brother that he can come downstairs now? A perplexed expression swept Janet's face. But, he's at his friend's, isn't he? She quizzed. No, her mother admits. He's been up in his room the whole time, being as good as gold and as quiet as a mouse. Janet doesn't believe her mother. But he'd have come and teased us, she figured. And I've heard him. Like I say, he's been as quiet as a mouse, her mother smiled. Janet goes to her brother's bedroom. Are you really there, David? She hollers. Don't come in. David yelps as he sees the door handle turn, but it's too late. She sees him. Janet is dumbstruck when she sees her brother wearing one of her dresses. Her jaw drops. She gasps. Why are you wearing my things? She asks in a most accusational tone. David does nothing but blush. Janet turns to the door and yells, Mum. He's wearing one of my dresses. Their mother had already followed Janet up the stairs and eavesdropped from the landing. She steps into view. He is, she says, before informing Janet that it was her idea. Putting him in a dress ensured that he'd stay in his room and not pester you and your friends, and now your friends have gone, we can all go downstairs and enjoy the rest of the day as a family, she explained, turning to the crimson-cheeked boy. Why don't you give Janet a twirl so she can see how pretty you look? David didn't move a muscle. Can I take it off now? He whined. Not yet, let's have some cake first, his mother replied. Come on. I won't take no for an answer. I felt so stupid as I followed my mother down to the kitchen. My sister followed me and teased me, telling me how pretty I look. The dining table is full of bowls and plates bearing a scattering of crisps, half-eaten cakes and sandwiches, sausages and pineapple on cocktail sticks, and a large bowl bearing half a jelly. In the center is the remnants of her birthday cake covered in pink icing. Mum offers me a slice and I nod but make sure that my lower lip remains out as a statement of my disdain. Mum gives me one of those looks. Yes please, I murmur. Mum cuts me a slice and put it on a paper plate. It, like the cake, is pink. I take a hesitant nibble and like all cake, it's sugary and sweet. I take a bite and my mother asks me if it's nice. I nod and chomp. Janet shows me some of her birthday presents and I feign interest. She tells me the highlights of her party, who won Pass the Parcel, who won musical chairs, who ate too much cake. Then she looks me up and down and asks why I didn't come to her party when I'm wearing a party dress. Because everyone would have laughed at me, I mumbled. Putting him in a dress was the best way to make sure he did as he was told and stayed in his room, Mum claimed. I'd have stayed in my room if you didn't make me wear a dress, I claimed. We both know that isn't true, David, Mum said. Now why don't you help your sister clear the table, she asked. Okay. I moaned. Janet stacked the plates and dishes and put the cutlery in a beaker and the leftovers in a bowl. I ferried them to the kitchen where Mum filled the sink with hot soapy water. I returned to the dining room and fetched the bowl and beakers, before helping my sister tidy up the discarded wrapping paper from Pass the Parcel, the sweet wrappers from the goodie bags and the empty cupcake cups. We stuffed them into a carrier bag and I stuffed it in the kitchen bin. You're being very helpful. Mum smiled. I didn't respond save for forcing a reluctant smile. Mum looked me up and down and smiled at me. I knew what she was thinking. Why did you make me wear a dress? I mournfully asked. To encourage you to be a good boy, Mum replied. You're always teasing your sister and her friends, and today of all days, I needed you to be good. But why a dress? I reiterated. I'm not a girl, I whined. That doesn't matter. Sometimes it's good for boys to wear dresses, she claimed. I furrowed my brow, searching for the reasoning behind that statement but couldn't think of a logical explanation. When can I take it off? I asked. You may as well keep it on until bedtime. Oh, Mum, do I have to? I grumbled. I think so, Mum replied before suggesting I go and ask my sister if there's anything else I can do. Poor David has no idea how pretty he looks, especially when he sulks and pouts, his mother thinks as she washes the dishes. If she'd known just how effective petticoating would be, she'd have done it last year and probably the year before. Maybe if he'd worn a dress then, he'd have played nicely with the girls instead of spoiling their fun. Maybe I shouldn't have kept him up in his room this year. Maybe next year I'll put him in a party dress and see if it helps him to play nicely with them. But then all his friends would find out and they'd tease him, she figured. Is everything nice and tidy in there? She asked when her 2 children entered the kitchen. Yes, Janet replied. We've made a mini buffet from all the leftovers and arranged them on the table, and we're going to have a family party after we've watched a DVD, she said. That sounds nice, her mother replied. Which DVD are you going to watch? I'm not sure, Janet thoughtfully replied. I can't decide between Tangled, Brave or Frozen. Why, maybe David should choose one. That's what I said, but he can't decide either. Not Frozen, David muttered. His mother suggested Brave since she thinks he'd enjoy that with all its warring clans and bows and arrows. I've seen it, he replied. I suggested that he could watch it again. But it's a girl's film, he mumbled. I don't think that matters under the current circumstances, she replied. Have you seen Tangled? She asked. He shook his head. Well, watch that then, his mother suggested. With head hung low, David agreed before meekly asking if he could take his dress off. I said bedtime, David, his mother stated. He conceded and followed his sister to the lounge. His mother took them a beaker of pop each and deliberately gave them matching princess beakers. Thanks, Mum, Janet said. Thank you, David meekly added. Their mother left them alone and stole a sausage on a stick from the remains of the buffet before returning to the kitchen to finish washing the plastic party dishes. Afterwards, she made herself a pot of tea and sat at the breakfast bar where she enjoyed a cigarette and perused the petticoating pamphlet she'd been given. When she first read its advice, she thought the ideas were wild and outlandish. In spite of its claims, she imagined that putting a boy in a dress would cause a tantrum, and she's somewhat taken aback at just how effective it appears to have been. She put the pamphlet down and perused the local newspaper, before flicking through a magazine. 30 or 40 minutes passed before Janet entered with the 2 empty beakers. Can I get some more juice? She asked. Of course. Just don't make it too strong, her mother replied. What's David doing? She asked. Watching the film or moaning because he's wearing a dress? She presumed the latter. Watching the film, Janet replied. Did you really stitch the buttons shut so he can't take it off? Her mother nodded. Is he enjoying it? She asked, referring to the film. I think so, he's laughing in all the right places but moaning when they start singing, Janet said as she filled the beakers. You could have told me that you were going to put him in one of my dresses, she said. I'd have helped you choose one a bit nicer than that one. I put him in an old one in case he really didn't like it and deliberately damaged it. I don't think he likes it. Oh, I know he doesn't, but he hasn't taken it off and he has behaved himself, so it's doing its job, her mother replied. Now I trust you won't tell anyone that he wore a party dress on your birthday. Oh, but I'm being serious, Janet. He'll only get teased if people find out. But he teases me all the time, she whined. He hasn't teased you today, has he? No, but... Well, there you go. I think I've put an end to his teasing and taunting ways by putting him in a dress for day. I bet he'll be back to normal tomorrow, Janet replied. We'll see, her mother confidently said. Janet returned to the sitting room and her mother resumed reading. A while later, the film finished and David fetched the empty beakers into the kitchen. Did you enjoy the film? His mother asked. He did and said it was much better than Brave. Good, his mother smiled. Are you hungry? Shall we finish off the buffet? All 3 of them sat around the party table and tucked into the buffet. Janet was excited and excitable whilst David was on his very best behavior. He didn't even need prompting to say please and thank you when offered some crisps, a slice of quiche, or a piece of cake. He and his sister cleared the table, and after fetching the last of the plates and bowls to the sink, he loitered by the breakfast bar and noticed the proactive parenting pamphlet. "What's this?" he asked. "That's where I got the idea of putting you in a dress from," his mother replied. "It's not just you, lots of boys are as good as girls when they're dressed as girls." He gulped nervously and peered at the pictures. One boy wears a dress, the other wears a pinafore over a smart Fauntleroy suit, and the third wears a woman's apron over a normal boy's clothes. "Have a look if you want," his mother suggested. She continued washing the dishes whilst he hesitantly opened the pamphlet. She covertly watched in her peripheral vision and almost heard him gulp. The pamphlet explains what petticoating is and when it's beneficial, as well as advising on what types of clothes are most effective in various situations. "Am I a petticoated boy?" he nervously asked. "Whilst you're wearing a dress you are," his mother replied. "You can't deny that it's helped you behave yourself today," she added. "Only because I didn't want anyone to know I was wearing it," he mumbled. "Good. And if you continue to behave, no one need know," she informed him. "I won't have to wear it again, will I?" he asked. "It says here that petticoated boys should regularly wear girls' clothes." "We'll see," she told him. "If I need you to behave and I can't trust that you will behave, then I'll make you wear it again, but hopefully next time I won't have to stitch you into it." "It also says that petticoated boys should wear a nappy for bed," he reads. "Every night." "They're only guidelines, David," she told him. "Only really naughty boys need petticoating every day." I told him, adding, "and every night." He gulped and looked up at me through a pair of pleaful eyes. "But if today's behavior is anything to go by, you won't need that." "I hope not." "It's horrible wearing a dress." "Oh, it's not that bad," his mother insisted. "You only think it's horrible because you're a boy, it's actually a very nice dress," she told him. An hour or so later, it was bedtime and David was finally released from the dress. "Take your tights and slip off," his mother said as she put the dress onto a hanger and fastened its buttons. "I don't want it in there," he whined as his mother opened his wardrobe. "Put it back in Janet's room." "It needs to be in here so you know what happens when you misbehave," his mother replied. "Now put your knickers and vest in your laundry basket," she said as she removed a pair of pajamas from his drawer. "They're not my knickers," he sulked. "I doubt Janet will want them back now you've worn them," his mother said. "Now you've only been out of your dress for 2 minutes and you're playing up already." "Sorry," he muttered as he pushed his feet into his pajama bottoms. "I hope you are, otherwise you'll be wearing it again tomorrow." "Please don't." "Well, that's entirely up to you," she warned. "Think yourself lucky you're not going to bed wearing one of your sister's nighties," she said. He frowned and blushed at the prospect. His mother tucked him in and wished him sweet dreams. "Night-night," she smiled. "Night-night," he mournfully repeated. She left and turned out the light. David turned onto his side and thanked his lucky stars that he wasn't wearing a nightie or a nappy as that pamphlet advised. He stared at his wardrobe door, fearful of the dress that now hangs inside it, and constant reminder of what will happen should he misbehave again. He gulped and closed his eyes and soon slid off to sleep, hoping more than anything that he'd wake up in the morning to discover that it was all a dream, a very vivid dream. Adult baby's lifetime diaper change. Hi everyone, my name is Robbie. My current babysitter calls me Baby Snookums. I do have a very remarkable tale to tell you. This is how I managed to get into this predicament. It began my first year of college. I had just enrolled in my last class so I could begin studying for my degree in marine biology. At the registration, there was this extremely cute and adorable girl signing up for the same class. She had on a very short soft pink sundress, with cute little puffy sleeves. I could just make out every now and then a hint of ruffles on her panties, when she would bend over to sign the rosters. She had long white blonde hair down past her shoulders tied in ponytails. And what looked like very comfortable slippers on her feet. I had to meet this girl. She was just too cute. I walked over to her and introduced myself. Hello, my name is Robbie. Seems we are sharing the same class this semester. Do you need some help? She looks at me with her wonderful green eyes and giggles sweetly. She says in a soft voice, "My name is Tracy and I am a bit confused. I could use some help." I was more than willing to help. As the day progressed, Tracy had started to hold my hand. She was always cheerful and had the sweetest giggle I had ever heard. We talked about almost everything I could possibly think of just so I could hear her sweet voice. It was almost time to go for the day. I couldn't just let this girl walk away. The next day was Saturday and I thought I could at least spend Friday and Saturday with her. I say, could you give me your number? I would like to call you tomorrow and see if you might like to go somewhere with me. She smiles a beautiful smile and writes something on a piece of paper. She says softly, "I need you to give this to your mother." My mother? I respond in a slightly surprised voice. She says, "Yes, your mother. You said you live with her, right?" I reply, "Yeah." She says sweetly, "Well, give it to her. My mommy will want to talk to her before you come over tomorrow. And no peeking either or it's off." I quickly reply, okay. I'll give it to my mom and won't peek." She giggles sweetly and gives me a soft kiss on my cheek. I am totally in heaven. She says in a cooing voice, "I'll see you tomorrow, baby. Have a good night." I watch in stunned silence as Tracy gracefully walks off. I can still smell her perfume. I inhale deeply. So sweet and fresh. Reminds me of baby powder. I'm very surprised. I stand for a minute as her baby powder scent slowly fades and the crass smells of the room settle back in. I am definitely going to give this to Mom and do everything I can to be at her house tomorrow. When I get home, Mom is in the kitchen making dinner. I toss my book bag on the floor by the sofa and walk in. I say, "Hi, Mom. How's your day been?" I get a glass of milk from the fridge and grab several oatmeal cookies. She replies, "Was a long day at work. I'm glad the day is over and I don't have to go back till Wednesday. Don't eat too many of those cookies. They'll spoil dinner." I reply, "They won't, I'm starving." I look at the note in my hand. I want to see Tracy tomorrow. I continue, "I met a very cute girl today at registration." Mom says cheerily, "That's nice, dear. When am I going to meet her?" I hand the note to her and reply, "Well, her name's Tracy and she said to give this note to you or I won't get to see her tomorrow." Mom takes the note with raised eyebrows. She opens it and reads it. A huge smile crosses her lips. She looks at me with a sparkle in her eye and says softly, "I know Amanda, Tracy's mom. We work together at the lab. You really want to go spend Saturday and Sunday with Tracy?" I agree, she is the cutest girl I have met, and I have no objections. 2 days. Oh man, there is no way I'm going to turn this down. I reply quickly, "Are you kidding, Mom? I would love nothing better." Mom laughs softly and picks up the phone. I hear her talking to Amanda. They do know each other and make arrangements quickly. I hear Mom say, And he will always be that adorable. Just like Tracy. I'm all for it. I'll drop him off at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. Yes. For as long as they like. Yes, do that. Bye. Mom hangs up the phone and writes down a phone number on a separate piece of paper. She gives me the paper and says, "That's Tracy's number. Don't lose it. You're the only one who has ever had her number. I will drive you over and drop you off." I say in a loud voice. What? Mom, I'm old enough to drive myself. She replies in the voice of Mom. Either I take you and pick you up, or you can't go. That's the way of it. I agree quickly. There's no way I'm going to miss out on this date. I hurry through dinner and help to clean the table. Mom pats me on my butt as I go upstairs to bed. This is something I don't remember Mom ever doing. But I sorta like it as long as she doesn't do it in front of other people. I was so excited I almost couldn't get to sleep. When sleep finally did come, I dreamed of Tracy in the sweetest way all night. I wake to Mom shaking me softly and telling me it's time to get up. I have an hour to get ready and have breakfast. Mom has laid out shorts and a t-shirt along with the pair of underwear I hate. They look like a girl's panties. Mom isn't taking any nonsense this morning. So I take my bath and dress quickly without any discussion. I hurry through breakfast and find Mom has already gotten the car out and is waiting for me. I get in the car. I am off on the beginning of a day that will change my life forever. Mom drops me off at Tracy's house and drives off, leaving me there. I watch for a bit as the car disappears off in the distance. Tracy's house is huge. I walk up the drive to the front door. I ring the doorbell. I can hear the Westminster chimes sound sweetly inside. I notice the gate closes across the driveway. I take note. But it doesn't matter. The door opens and a very beautiful older woman answers. She is dressed in a maid's outfit. At least I thought it was. She clasps her hands together and smiles radiantly. She says in a cooing voice like she was talking to a baby, "You must be Robbie. You are so adorable already. Do come in, come in. Trace is waiting for you in the playroom." She takes me softly by the hand and leads me in the door. It closes and I could swear I heard it bolt lock. She leads me through an archway and down a hall. At the end of the hall, she takes me into a room and the door shuts. I am astounded. I am in a baby's nursery. I see Tracy in a diaper and a pair of white romper panties with baby Tweety and friends on them. She has no other clothes on and is sucking on a bottle of red liquid. I realize suddenly she's in a nursery. In a playpen. Dressed in baby clothes. And sucking on a bottle. I turn just as Amanda gently holds me. I feel so strange suddenly. I feel gooseflesh rise all over me and a tingling rush runs through me. There is some kind of device on her hand. I have never seen anything like it before. She says cooingly like she's talking to a baby. "Is baby all wet and need a fresh diaper?" I suddenly feel a warmth spread in the front of my pants and run down my leg. I can't believe it. I just pissed my pants. Amanda then takes one of my butt cheeks in her hand and says in the same voice, "Did baby make a stinky too?" Again I can't help myself. I feel something filling my pants in the back. I can smell it and know I have just messed in my pants too. I can't even begin to comprehend what's happening. Amanda takes my face gently in both of her hands and caresses it softly. I see she has one of those devices on both hands. I suddenly feel so weird in my head. I am having a hard time thinking. I get the strangest desire to play with the baby toys I see in the playpen. I hear Trace's sweet little giggle. Amanda says in that voice, "It's okay, baby Snookums. Babies have accidents if they are not in their diapers. Come, auntie will clean you up and diaper you properly." I can't quite understand. I'm not a baby. I can't help myself for some reason. My thoughts are not right. This is Tracy's mom. I suddenly know she's auntie too. Amanda takes me by the hand and leads me into another room. This is a bathroom with a table and many shelves filled with oils, powders, creams, and a large stack of cloth diapers. Amanda says in that voice, "Okay, baby, lift your arms so I can take off your wet shirt." Without thinking, I raise my arms and the wet shirt is over my head and gone. There is a moment of confusion as Amanda unbuckles my pants. She has a large wipe of some kind and begins to clean around me. As she removes my wet and soiled pants and undies, she says in her voice, "Okay, sweetie. Step out of those dirty clothes. You won't be needing them ever again." I can't help it. I step out of my soiled and wet pants and stand in front of Tracy's mom. I try to cover myself shyly. She takes several sweet-smelling baby wipes and cleans me, moving my hands out of the way. She rubs her nose to mine and kisses it softly and says, "That's a good baby. You are such a good baby." I feel her caress my face again and down the back of my neck. It was so wonderfully electric. I realize I don't have a care in this world at this moment. I vaguely wonder about her calling me baby though. It feels so right. Isn't there something wrong? I feel her hands gently caress my face and neck again. I can't remember what I was thinking. I realize I am being lifted in the air. I am confused. Tracy's mom must be tremendously strong. I feel the table on my back as I am gently laid on it. She blows in my belly button. I screech and kick my feet. I am totally unable to help myself as I giggle like any baby boy. Amanda coos to me. It makes me very happy. I am lifted by my ankles and then set back on a very thick, soft, and extremely warm diaper. She spreads my legs and takes a bottle of baby oil off of a shelf. She opens it. I can smell the wonderful smell of honeysuckle. I hear Amanda say in her cooing voice, "This is very special baby oil, sweetie. I and your mother invented it several years ago to keep Tracy out of trouble. It will make you such an adorable baby boyfriend for Tracy." Your mom agreed with me totally on that point. It is not reversible either. I know you will enjoy this. I feel her hands caress me so softly as she applies the oil. She massages me all over in a thick coating of baby oil. I'm losing whatever worry I had in my mind and am really enjoying what's happening. She powders me very generously, then pulls the diaper up between my legs and pins it snugly on. It is so soft and warm. I can feel myself getting aroused. I can't help this either. It feels so good. I am tickled in my ribs. I am very ticklish and squeal and squirm. I am giggling so hard and am really enjoying Auntie. She takes my big toe. She kisses me on my toes. She says cooingly, "This little piggy went to market." No. I can't handle the intense tickle. I am screeching with peals of baby laughter and squirming for all I'm worth. This little piggy stayed home. I am having the time of my life. This little piggy had roast beef. I am doing my best to get my toes from her hands and away from the tickling kisses. I am helpless to stop her. Oh, this little piggy had none. She blows in my belly button again. I am in another world beyond heaven. And this little piggy. She tickles my feet. Goes wee, 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 all the way home. She blows in my belly button one more time and stands me on my feet. I am dizzy in the head and deliriously happy. I see her hold out a pair of romper panties. They have teddy bears on them and a plastic lining. She says, "Step in, baby." I can't help myself. It is another wonderful feeling as she pulls them up over my diaper. I am confused. I feel something is wrong, but I don't know what it might be. I am suddenly picked up again and laid across Amanda's chest as she carries me into the playroom. I realize suddenly I am being put in the same playpen as Tracy. Auntie kisses me sweetly and then Tracy. She says cooingly, "Here's your new boyfriend. This time you can keep him." His mommy said she found his secret stash of diapers and is all for this. Tracy claps and giggles sweetly. She hugs me around my neck and kisses me on my lips. I can't help myself. I kiss her back. Something in me suddenly changes. I know I am a baby for the rest of my life. Tracy says sweetly in a baby's voice, "You come to Ms. Pwapin. Us CN does anything we wants. Wis babies for the residential of our LIF." No. I don't. I don't want to grow up. I am kissed and so is Tracy. Auntie says cooingly, "Okay babies, play nice while I go and fix your bottle for lunch." We say in unison, "Ote, wes be good babies." Auntie smiles and leaves. The door to the nursery closes softly. I look around. This is my new life and I love it. Especially since I have Tracy all to myself. Discipline machinery. I got into trouble at school for hitting a boy today. I got sent to the office but nothing happened to him. It's just so freaking unfair. Down the hall I go to the principal's office. The principal talks for a while and has a really sad but stern look about her. Finally she says, "It's time, Kelly." Time? Time for what? "The little room, Kelly," says Ms. Elskins, the school principal. I've heard of the spanking machine before but never actually seen it. The few kids I talk to have told me it's the most awful punishment you can get. But I've heard so many different things about it I didn't know what to believe. In fact, I really didn't think it was true, to be honest. But from what I also heard, it's supposed to be high-tech and punish a child the most safe and correct way there is, yet render a painful experience which boast that the child will learn to see the error of their ways. "The sooner you go in that room the sooner you'll come out," says Ms. Elskins. "So let's get it over with and maybe next time you'll think twice about hitting people, cutting class, or being disrespectful." "AW blow on it," I say under my breath. "Into the room right now, young lady." Okay. I say as I walk into the room. Oh my god. You gotta be shiting me. This has got to be the weirdest and most crazy-looking contraption I have ever seen in my life. Well, part of it looks like a control box of some sort. It looks to have a small computer screen. Then some big mechanical arms coming from a big round drum type thing. At the bottom appears to be a platform with a sand pit. Then there's a round wool-like thing with 4 belts hanging from it. That must be the part that spanks you. I step a little closer. Suddenly lights on the control panel light up and some motors turn on. The spanking machine comes to life. I stand there and stare. "Step forward, please." A mechanical robotic voice says. I comply. "Remove your shoes and socks." What? That's crazy. I pull off my sneakers and my pink socks. Step into the sandpit. I step onto the platform and place my feet in the sandpit as told. Kelly James correct. Yes, I say. At this point I'm becoming really weary. More than weary, I'm getting scared. I lower my pants. Oh, how awful embarrassing. Can this thing see my privates? I take down my panties. Please bend over and grab the rubber handles. I bend over and grab 2 rubber handles. There is a mold platform that supports my arms and it's really not too uncomfortable. All of a sudden something under the sand grabs my ankles and locks my feet in place. Now I'm more than scared. I'm terrified. I look up and see the computer monitor and it shows info about me. My name, age, weight, and something that says spanking preference number 2 set by parent. What? Suddenly I see mechanical arms begin to move around. Some going behind me. Next. I feel a play of air against my butt cheeks. It must be that wool thing with the belts on it. Yes, that's it. It's coming to get me. I lower my head and begin to cry. Finally the spanking begins. Snap, 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 snap. I begin to cry out loud. I cry and cry just like over mommy's lap. Only this is worse cause I always know about when mommy will stop. This weird thing I don't know. Snap, 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 snap. Stops. I feel the grip in my ankles loosen and all the sand drains away. Next I see the mechanical arms move back to their starting position. Please pull your pants and undergarments back on. I quickly do so. Step off the platform and put your shoes back on. I put my shoes back on as fast as I can. I go running out the door. I hear the spanking machine say, "Thank you, have a nice day, yeah right." I run home as fast as I can. Summer with Aunt Laurie. I will never forget the summer of 2001. My mom had went out of town on vacation and left me with my Aunt Laurie. I have always wet the bed and she knew this. The first night I was there my aunt had me put on a good night's after my bath, about 2 hours before bedtime. Needless to say I was wet by bedtime. Aunt Laurie got me a fresh good nights and had me change. The next morning I woke up to a wet good nights and wet sheets also. I went and told my aunt and she changed the sheets and then gave me another bath. We then went to the store. She left me in the toy aisle while she went shopping. Only later did I find out what she got for me. After my bath later that night she told me that she had something different for me to wear to bed. She laid me down and put me in a size 6 Pampers and put my jammies on over it. When I woke up I was wet and squishy. I had pooped myself while sleeping. While I was getting ready for my morning bath my aunt asked me if I was dry. I told her no and she told me to lay down. She untapped my diaper and cleaned me up. After my bath she told me to lay down. By this time I knew I liked wearing diapers. Aunt Laurie put me in a new diaper and told me if I could stay clean for the day I wouldn't have to wear one the next day. Within the first hour I had pooped again. She knew it right away and changed me. Then she said I would wear diapers the rest of the summer 24/7. Little did she know that was fine by me. She diapered and changed me for the rest of the summer true to her word. Only she also dressed me and treated me like a baby as well. Anything I drank I had to drink out of a baby bottle and when I ate she had to feed me. I was in heaven. Everywhere we went that summer I wore my diaper. During the day she would have me wear overall shorts or a onesie. When I was a little older I found out that my Aunt Laurie also wore diapers. She didn't poop in them like I did, at least not usually. This is how I found out she wore too. We were sitting on the couch. It was rather hot so I was only wearing my diaper. My Aunt Laurie was wearing a blue tank top and shorter red skirt. I started to smell poop, but knew it wasn't me. She started squirming on the couch and her skirt came up enough that I could see her diaper. I asked her why she was wearing one and she told me she liked how it felt. I asked her if she used her diaper and she said yes. The first diaper I ever changed was my Aunt Laurie's. Every summer after that my aunt and I wore diapers 24/7. This is my true story of how I became a diaper love. A diapered aftermath. Howerton cleared the obstacle and sprinted for cover as explosions rocked the earth around him. He was unsure of where exactly the enemy was but was only focused on reaching his patient. There was a pause in the mortar fire which he exploited as he took off like a rocket towards where he had heard the cry for a medic. Diving into the shallow trench the soldiers were using for cover, his eyes took in the situation. One of the men had taken a hit in his traps, only missing his Kevlar by a few centimeters. He was struggling to breathe and his teeth were red with blood. Houghton took charge of the man, trying to determine the extent of his injury as the other men in the ditch returned fire. A nearby M240B ripped open a long burst, spraying ammo in a Z pattern over the enemy position. They always said you never heard the mortar round that killed you, and Houghton certainly didn't. He hadn't realized he was airborne until he saw the ground rushing towards him. He felt no pain, which seemed odd to him. He tried to stand but his legs did not respond. Puzzled by this, he looked down to see his legs had been removed by the blast. Joseph's eyes snapped open. He let out a long sigh and covered his face with his hands. Looking at the clock, he saw it was only 5 in the morning. He didn't need to get up for another hour or so. Julie was sound asleep next to him, a welcome change. He thought about the dream, what it felt like to run again. It was the closest he'd ever get to having his mobility back. He had to remind himself he wasn't a PJ anymore, though not a day went by that he didn't think about it. The sheer rush of it all and the pride in wearing the maroon beret were precious to him. He looked at Julie again. He hadn't given it up in vain. He smiled at seeing her rest so peacefully. It wasn't often that she slept through the night with no disturbances. Putting his mind at ease, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The alarm would go off what seemed only a few moments later. Joseph was quick to silence it, not wanting to wake his wife. Swinging his leg over the side of the bed, he reached down and firmly took hold of his prosthetic leg, lifting it up into position. His right leg was amputated at the knee, a reminder he joked of how he met Julie. It only took a few moments for him to attach the pseudolimb and carefully climb out of bed, taking precaution against making the smallest sound and gently shutting the door behind him. Heading down the hall of their one-story home, for obvious reasons, he proceeded into the kitchen to start a pot of coffee. With that done, he sat down in the living room and turned on the TV, lowering the volume and quickly switching to a news channel. Images of the war flashed on the screen as a group of well-educated individuals discussed the ethics of the situation. Joseph simply shook his head as they bantered back and forth. It didn't matter what he thought, though. He was wrong. Well-educated college graduates always had the most complete view of war, and they were perfectly willing to share it with you, whether it be through a well-written speech or a PowerPoint if they were really creative. He was more interested in what was going on, not their opinion of what should be done. He could decide that himself. He continued to watch the program, picking up details of the war effort. Things were proceeding ahead of the timetable set, and it was possible troop levels could begin dropping as soon as next year. He was glad to hear it. They had been fighting a long time. That reminded him, Mike and Tom were on leave, something PJs rarely received, and they had made arrangement to meet up for lunch and catch up on old times. He hadn't seen them since he'd returned home, over a year. It seemed like such a long time ago, he thought. He heard the door creak and footsteps come down the hall. Julie came around the corner, her hair strayed in front of her face but did nothing to hide her friendly smile or brilliant eyes. He smiled at her, being easily able to tell she hadn't had another nightmare. "Morning, beautiful. Coffee should be ready soon," she smiled back. "Good morning, thanks for making it," he nodded. They were both practically addicted to the stuff. As he thought this, the buzzer on the pot announced the brewing process was finished. He began to rise to remove the pot when Julie motioned for him to stay. "Don't get up, I'll grab it," he thanked her and settled back down. As she walked past him, he heard a barely audible crinkle. Since she was likely dry, she must have forgotten she had it on. Julie pushed the off button on the brewer and quickly sorted through the cabinet before finding 2 mugs. She set them down and filled both up just below the brim. Steam rolled off the top of the dark liquid as she picked both up and moved back into the living room, handing one to Joseph before sitting down to watch the news. She was just as interested in any updates as he was. However, she only caught the tail end of it, meaning she'd have to settle for Joseph's summarization while they got some breakfast together. Despite what Joseph thought, she was aware of her current attire, but without caffeine was too apathetic to bother with it until later. With the current program coming to an end, she stood back up and went into the kitchen to begin making breakfast, with Joseph joining her a few moments later. While doing so, she noticed a slight discomfort pressing on her bladder. Deciding she would have to throw the diaper away wet or dry, she decided to indulge in the convenience and continued to crack eggs as the warmth spread across the diaper. Any moisture was wicked away, leaving no sensation of wetness. A little more preparation and breakfast was ready, which they quickly sat down to enjoy, making small talk over the sound produced by the TV. After finishing the meal, Julie went to get ready and hop in the shower, while Joseph made an attempt at cleaning the kitchen. He would finish first and quickly went back to change into more suitable clothing as Julie finished getting dressed. She checked the clock in their bedroom as she exited the bathroom. She was running a little behind. She gave Joseph a goodbye kiss and quickly made her way out to her car and headed to the office she worked at. Joseph worked as a drafter for an engineering firm and was often able to do the majority of his work at home, allowing him to avoid driving, which he found much more difficult with a prosthetic. Satisfied with his clothing, he headed into his makeshift office consisting of the most part of a desk with a drafting elbow and a variety of instruments on top, ranging from a compass to an electric eraser. He would use a CAD program for the final draft, but found he could generally get a rough sketch done on paper much quicker than in the computer. Sitting down in his chair, he quickly resumed his work from the previous day and was quickly lost in the drawing. Chapter 2. The next time he bothered to look at the clock, it was steadily approaching his meeting time with his old war buddies. Setting his tools aside, he covered the drafting paper with a protective sheet before going and gathering his wallet, keys, as well as a Ruger LCP fitted with crimson trace grips. They didn't live in an area with a high crime rate, but he would rather have it and never use it than not have it and need it. With everything he needed, he locked the door behind him and climbed into his car. The engine took a little coaxing, but it finally caught and started up. He backed out of the driveway and headed for the restaurant they had agreed to meet at. A few minutes' drive later, he pulled into a local sports bar, driving past the handicapped spots and pulling into an empty parking space. He entered to the noise of several big screen TVs displaying a variety of sports, even one with soccer, which he found odd. In the back, he spotted two figures in arboos and quickly moved in their direction. Tom caught sight of him and quickly got up to meet him, a grin on his face, with Mike quickly following. Greetings, handshakes, and slaps on the back were exchanged as the three men retired to their booth, laughing like the old friends they were. Joseph was amazed at how little the two of them had changed, although Mike now sported a scar above his right eye. Seeing them again made it almost feel like old times, when they had worked together so closely. He almost forgot about his leg, the memories were so vivid. The three ordered food and at Mike's prodding the other two agreed to a game of cutthroat. Leaving their booth, they made way to a pool table. It was well worn but still level and without any cuts in the felt. Each man took a pool cue from a shelf as Tom racked the balls. Joseph broke, sending a 3 into a pocket and electing to take numbers 6 through 10. He would miss his next shot, switching off to Mike, who knocked in a 7 and taking numbers 11 through 15, leaving Tom with 1 through 5. As Mike lined up his shot, Tom addressed Joseph. "So, how's the wife?" "Good," he responded. "Things have been going a lot better recently." "Glad to hear it," was the response. Joseph sighed. "Still, it's not fair though, she doesn't deserve it." "No one does," Tom replied. "That's war though, nothing's fair." "You certainly didn't get a fair deal." "Yeah, but it's different. I have a replacement for what I lost. It's not like she can just go get this fixed," Joseph replied. Tom simply nodded in agreement. Joseph changed the subject. "What about you, Mike?" "Everything well." Mike took a break from his shot, sighed and then shook his head. "No, things are bad. These deployments are killing Sarah." "I'm worried." Both of the others were silent for a moment, a knowing look in their eyes. Mike was the oldest of the group and had been a PJ longer than either of them. Sarah wasn't his first wife. He had been married once before, but his constant deployments had ended the relationship. He was always concerned history would repeat itself. Tom consoled him. "Don't worry about it, man. Deployments are always hard on the family. I think she still cares about you. Just make sure she knows you aren't abandoning her," Mike responded. "Suppose you're right, I want to make this work, but I can't give up being a PJ. I just wish I could explain to her how important this is. It's not about the adrenaline rush or the glory in the end. It's about making sure everyone goes home," he sighed. "It's just hard." "Nobody said it wouldn't be," Joseph replied. Mike chuckled. "No, you're right, I've been a PJ long enough to know that firsthand." The three shared a laugh, diffusing the situation. Their food arrived shortly after and they quickly made their way back to the booth. As they sat down to eat, Mike grabbed their attention. "Hey," Tom and Joseph looked at him as he raised his glass in an informal toast. "That others may live." The other two smiled and clinked their glasses with his. "Hooyah," they said in unison. Joseph took a break from his drawing to rest his eyes. On the paper there was an intricate web of lines that seemed to hold no meaning. However Joseph's practiced, I could see the final image slowly coming together. He heard the front door creak open. Julie was home from work. He got out of his chair and went to meet her. She had a frustrated look on her face. "How was your day?" he asked. She didn't respond at first, giving a small sigh. "Oh, it was just one of those days," she continued. "I'm glad to be home though. Have any ideas for dinner?" "Actually," Joseph replied, "since you've had a rough day, what do you say we eat out?" "I'll buy," she smiled in response. "That sounds pretty good to me as long as you're buying. I'm going to go change clothes first though, and then we can decide on a place," Joseph chuckled. "By we, do you mean you?" She didn't answer him and instead walked off to the bedroom, shutting the door behind her. He shook his head. "Guess that was a yes," he said, going back to clean off his desk. As he finished, Julie called from the bedroom. "I forgot to ask how was lunch," he replied from his office. "Great, it's always good to see the guys again. I can't believe it's been almost a year since I last saw them. How long are they on leave?" "Couple months, I imagine they'll spend most of it with their families." He intentionally left out the part about Mike's troubles. "I can't imagine what it would be like to only see you for 2 months at a time. I don't know how they do it." "It's hard," he replied. Chapter 3. Dinner had been a short affair, though the food was excellent. After they had paid the bill, Julie suggested they go for a walk, as the weather was so nice. Joseph had agreed, and now they were walking down the sidewalk enjoying the clear night. The air had a bit of a bite to it from the cold, but both wore a light jacket to guard against it. There were no clouds to obstruct their view, and a few stars winked in the darkness despite the light pollution of nearby street lamps. With the exception of a man wearing a hooded sweatshirt walking the opposite direction at the end of the sidewalk, the street was deserted. There were hardly even any cars. With exception of their footsteps, hardly a sound broke the silence. It was peaceful and soothing. As they passed the other pedestrian, Joseph greeted him with a smile. "Evening." "Evening," the other man replied, drawing a revolver from his waistband. Houghton's demeanor changed instantly. Adrenaline rushed into his blood, causing momentary panic before settling into a cool-headed disposition. He moved in front of Hawkins. "Wallet now," the gunman said quite plainly. Houghton practiced his draw in his mind as he reached for his wallet. He wasn't going to kill this kid over a couple bucks. He handed it to him slowly as to show no hostility and directed Hawkins to do the same with her handbag. With both the items, the gunman chuckled and with incredible speed and accuracy directed a blow to Houghton's right knee, causing his prosthetic to buckle under him and sending him to the concrete. Hawkins caught the gunman off guard and reacted violently, slamming her fist into his jaw, while simultaneously wrapping her hand around the revolver's barrel, directing it away from her body while trying to wrestle it out of his hand. The gunman fired, the bullet bouncing harmlessly off the concrete and shattering a window. However, the escaping hot gases that propelled the bullet passed through the cylinder gap, singeing Hawkins' hand, causing her to let go instinctively. The gunman took hold of her by her shoulder and threw her to the ground with brute strength while bringing the revolver on her, baring blood-stained teeth. She stared down the barrel, her eyes wide with fear. A small red dot hovered on the gunman's chest and Howerton's LCP snapped twice, sending 2.380 ACP rounds into his chest. The gunman grasped at his wounds as if he couldn't understand he'd been shot and then fell to his knees before finally sinking to the ground. Julie remained frozen where she was, as Joseph struggled to his feet. "Julie," he asked, shaking her. She was unresponsive for a moment before shaking her head and looking at him, her eyes clouded. "You okay?" She shook her head no. Chapter 4. Joseph opened the door and helped Julie inside. Joseph had called an ambulance shortly after the incident and then was taken to a local police station where he was questioned as to what had happened. Julie had barely said a word in the hours following, and she had a far-off look in her eyes. Joseph hoped it would pass, but he couldn't get her to talk about it, which troubled him. "I'm going to take a shower," she said in a quiet voice. Joseph nodded. She cautiously made her way back to their bedroom, shutting the door. Joseph sat down in the living room, his mind buzzing. The shower kicked on a moment later. Joseph was consumed in his thought. How could he have let this happen? Julie had almost been killed. His guilt tore him up inside. He had failed to act in time. He should have been more alert. Seeking a distraction, he hit the power button on the television. It did little to help him. He felt like a failure. He felt less than human. He felt unworthy to have once been a PJ. He buried his head in his hands and breathed steadily, trying to control his anger. He lost track of time sitting there but knew it had been a while. He was about to get up when he realized the shower was still running. Julie usually took short showers, a result of several years in the Air Force. This was unusual. He wanted to pass it off as nothing, not wanting to disturb her in case nothing was wrong, but he had to make sure. He went back into the bedroom and lightly rapped on the door. No response. "Julie," he called, knocking a bit more firmly. Something was wrong. He opened the door into the steam-filled room, glancing at the fogged mirror. The shower curtain was drawn tight. "Julie? You okay?" Still no response. Hesitantly he drew the curtain back and his heart sank lower than he knew was possible. His wife was sitting in the tub as the now cool water sprayed over her. She struggled to catch breaths between quiet sobs. He reached over and shut off the water. She did not look at him. Grabbing a towel, he covered her with it and got her on her feet and out of the tub. She leaned on him heavily as he guided her into the bedroom. She was almost completely unresponsive. He helped her sit down on the bed. "Julie," he asked, begging for a response. She finally answered in an almost inaudible voice. "Could you grab my clothes?" He quickly did as she asked, going into the bathroom to pick up the stack of clothes she had grabbed beforehand. On the top of the pile was a folded diaper. He came back and handed her the clothes, leaving to give her privacy. She shed the towel and quickly dressed herself, calling to Joseph to let him know she was finished. Her diaper crinkled as she lay down and pulled the bedspread over her. Joseph got down on his knees to wish her good night when she spoke again. "Please," she asked, "don't go until I'm asleep." Her eyes showed a hint of fear. Taking her hand, he stayed kneeling beside the bed, talking to her soothingly until her eyes finally fluttered and closed. She began to breathe deep and steadily, signifying she was asleep. Joseph reluctantly untangled his hand, which she withdrew. He crept out of the bedroom and gently eased the door shut. He could hardly live with himself. Not wanting to disturb her, he grabbed an extra blanket and made do with the couch. As he lay on the couch, his mind boiled with activity. His guilt assailed him without mercy as he tried to force himself to sleep. "Lord," he prayed, "please forgive me, because I can't." He wished he could take Julie's pain onto his own back and carry it for her. He had protected her from bullets, grenades, and rockets, but he couldn't fight the enemy she now faced. It tore him up to know that. Joseph eased the car around the turn and accelerated over the flat ground. Julie was in the car with him, smiling that great smile. He couldn't quite remember where they were going or where they had come from, but was content with the ride for now. Suddenly the terrain changed. On either side of the road the ditches deepened to form massive canyons. He paid them no mind though. Then he felt the car lurch as a tire blew out. He had forgotten to check them. He fought for control as the car slid off into the ravine. In the seat next to him Julie screamed as his vision blurred into blackness. His consciousness slowly came to him. Julie was still screaming. He was on the couch in their living room. He wasn't sure what time it was though. Julie was still screaming. His mind finally snapped into focus. He quickly got his prosthetic attached and ran for the bedroom, almost breaking down the door. Julie was sitting up in their bed weeping uncontrollably. He rushed over to her and she reached out to him, clinging to him like a frightened child. He sat on the bed and held her in his lap, her sobs continuing. He gently began to rock her back and forth in a soothing pattern as he reassured her in a calm voice. She slowly began to calm down, but she would not let go of him. He continued to rock her, neither said a word. He could feel through her clothing that her diaper was completely saturated. She probably needed a new one. She was silent now as he continued to rock her. He saw her tear-stained face and bloodshot red eyes and felt a knife slide into his gut. She watched him the entire time, her gaze never shifted for a moment. A few minutes later, exhausted by her emotional collapse, she slipped back into sleep, still in his arms. He stood up, still holding her, and gently laid her on the bed. He thought about her diaper. He didn't want to leave her in that condition, but at the same time didn't feel quite right about it. He deliberated for a moment before deciding that if it were the other way around she would most likely do it for him even if she was uncomfortable. He rummaged through a drawer and grabbed a fresh diaper. As quickly as he could he removed the wet one and replaced it with the dry, making sure tapes were tight. After disposing of the wet one he came back, kissed her on the forehead, and sank into a corner. He wasn't going to leave. He prayed in silence as he slowly slipped into sleep. He didn't wake up until a few hours later, and when he did, the first thing he saw was Julie scrambling for the bathroom. He forced himself awake and went in after her through the open door. She leaned over the toilet and began to vomit. He quickly came behind her and pulled her hair back out of her face and began to rub her back. She threw up several more times, each time draining more of her strength. When she was finished he helped her lean back against the wall as she caught quick breaths. He held a hand against her forehead. She was burning up with fever despite the fact that she was shaking like a leaf. He quickly grabbed a blanket off the bed and wrapped her trembling body in it. He then grabbed a glass and gave her some water to rinse her mouth out, which she graciously accepted. "How you doing?" he asked, sitting next to her. "I guess I feel a little better," she said weakly through chattering teeth. "I'm freezing though." "Let's get you back to bed, huh?" Joseph replied. She nodded and he helped her up, supporting the majority of her weight. He got her back into bed and piled all matter of insulation on top until she felt warm enough. As he retreated back to his corner, Julie called to him. "Joseph, thanks for taking care of me. I hate waking up wet," she trailed off. "It's not a problem," he replied. "Try and get some rest, okay? I'll be here if you need me." "Thank you," she replied. "Love you." Joseph smiled for the first time since before the event. "I love you too." Chapter 5. Joseph woke up to the silence of the morning as rays of light peeked through the curtains into the dark room. Julie was still sound asleep. He crept over and laid a hand on her forehead. She still had a fever. She stirred. He silently condemned himself for waking her. She slowly rolled over and cracked her eyes open. Her voice was a little hoarse. "Morning," she said weakly. "Hey," he replied. "Feel any better?" She shook her head. "No, I feel so weak I'm not even sure if I trust myself to walk." "Stomach?" he asked. She was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open while answering. "A little better. Could you get me something to drink?" "I'm really thirsty," he nodded. "I'll be right back." He left the bedroom and went into the kitchen to find a suitable container. He was glad she hadn't had another nightmare. her being ill was nothing great either, but he could at least handle this. He had treated dying men on more than one occasion, a fever was nothing. Going into the back of a cabinet, he pulled out a Camelback, choosing it because of its large capacity and 0% chance of spilling water. He quickly rinsed it out and filled it back up with cool water before sealing it up and taking it back to Julie. She hadn't moved an inch. He guided the tube of the Camelback into her hand. "Remember, take sips," she didn't acknowledge. She placed the end of the tube in her mouth and bit down on the soft end, sucking water through the tube. When her thirst was quenched, she placed the tube on the nightstand by their bed and thanked Joseph. She was promptly out cold the next second. Joseph crept out of the room to let her sleep in peace. She slept for several more hours until she was woken by nature's calling. She tried getting out of bed, but her muscles were limp and unable to support her weight. Frustrated, she relaxed and slipped back into sleep, her diaper now heavier and warmer than when she had woken up. An hour later, Joseph came back in to check on her. Seeing she was asleep, he was about to leave when she called to him. "Joseph, could you do me a favor?" He re-entered the room. "Sure, what do you need?" She hesitated for a moment. "Could you bring me a diaper?" He made no comment and quickly went to grab one. "You need help?" he asked. She nodded. "Yeah, sorry," he shook his head. "Don't worry about it, for better or for worse, right?" She smiled. "Something like that, thank you." "No problem." He quickly helped her out of her wet diaper before taping on the dry in its place. The rest of the day went by in much of a similar way, with Joseph attending to Julie in her sickness. His guilt was momentarily laid aside as he concentrated on making sure she was comfortable, hydrated, and dry. The next day, Joseph was in the living room taking a break from his drawing to rest his eyes. Julie had recovered enough to walk now, but for the most part still remained in bed, still having almost no energy. Her nightmares had decreased in intensity since the first night, but she remained in diapers as she had occasional accidents when asleep. He sat down on the couch and looked down at his prosthetic. He had never quite gotten used to having the dead weight attached to his knee. It was a constant reminder of his limitations. He wasn't the same person anymore. It seemed like he felt incomplete. He was lost in thought and hadn't heard Julie walk down the hall. She moved onto the couch and leaned up against him, her damp diaper crinkled. He wrapped an arm around her. No, he wasn't incomplete. He had been given something better than what he had lost. Epilogue. Several months later. The nurse escorted Joseph into the small room. The white linoleum tile smelled of cleaning products and reflected a warped image of the above world. He smiled seeing Julie lying in the bed, and she smiled back, a bundle in her arms. The nurse saw herself out as Joseph approached his wife. Her eyes glimmered in the fluorescent light. Joseph kneeled down by the bed and looked at the face of his sleeping son for the first time. He stayed by the side of the bed until Julie began to doze off. He took his son from her arms and laid him in a crib inside the room. He did not stir. When he turned around, Julie had slipped into sleep. Nightmares no longer waited for her. He crept over and kissed her forehead. She smiled. Joseph retired to a chair and soon was overcome by sleep himself. ABDL Regression Story Part 1. The Meeting. My name is Mark. I was a history major in college specializing in Victorian history. That is until I met a girl named Lisa. Lisa was studying for her PhD in psychology. It was a typical day in the early fall. The weather was still very warm. I had come out to the commons to sit and bask in the noon sun, while I read one of the books I had discovered in the library. I was really fascinated with the Victorian-style clothes I was seeing. The unique thing about it was that these were young boys, all dressed in female clothing. I couldn't tell from the pictures I saw that these individuals were not female. Deep inside, I had a secret fantasy of dressing this way, and the pictures really were of interest to me. I didn't notice at first, but an extremely beautiful young woman had come and sat on the bench across from me. The first thing I noticed was her unique and delicate perfume. It had a most intoxicating aroma which caught my attention. I couldn't believe how much her perfume alone had caught my attention. I look up to see who it was. I was greeted with the most beautiful vision of female perfection I had seen. A small gust of wind came and blew several of her papers along the bench she was sitting on. As she scrambled to get them, I got a most beautiful glimpse of her dress. I just had to meet this girl. One of the papers she was chasing had by chance come to rest at my feet. This was the perfect opportunity. I grabbed the page before the breeze could carry it away. I walked up to her and said, "Are you missing this?" She gasps and turns around suddenly. She quickly sits on the bench and pulls the hem of her dress down. She blushes. She had on a most adorable short pink sundress with puffy sleeves and delicate lace. She also had her hair tied in 2 ponytails. I couldn't believe how adorable she looked. I introduced myself. "My name is Mark. One of your papers flew across the way and I managed to get it before it got lost." She looks at me bewildered for a second and then smiles. She says softly in a very sweet, delicate voice, "Thank you very much. That's part of my report due today in English literature." It would have been terrible to tell my professor that the wind got it. We both laugh. I ask, "What's your name?" "My name's Mark and I'm trying my best to major in Victorian history." She giggles softly and replies, "My name's Lisa. I'm studying psychology and am trying my best to get a PhD in psychiatry. I am to the point where I have to do research and collect physical data to defend my thesis. I have, so far, been unable to find anyone willing to be the test subject." I sit on the bench beside her and help her sort the disheveled pages. Her perfume is soft and delicate, but its effect on me is incredible. I ask, "What kind of research are you doing? It's possible I might be able to get someone to volunteer if I knew more about it." She giggles again and says, "I'm doing my thesis on regression therapy and the curative effects it has on many psychological issues, like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder." I had never heard of regression therapy before, and was curious. I ask, "What, pray tell, is regression therapy?" She looks at me with her bright green eyes and says, "It's where an adult is taken and reduced to an infantile state. The subject would be treated as a baby in all aspects until the psyche of the individual takes on the desired characteristics. Once this state is achieved, we simply retrain the individual back into the desired adult state." I know the expression on my face was classic. I saw her smile. I began to shake my head. I say, "I see why you can't find volunteers. I doubt very seriously if anyone would voluntarily take part in that study." She drops her head as she put the newly arranged report into her book bag. She sighs and says, "So far, I tend to agree with you. However, I feel somewhere on campus there's an individual who would love nothing more than to be in diapers and dressed as a little baby. I just know it. I could feel excited about this prospect in me. Only thing was, I didn't want that with this girl. What I wanted had absolutely nothing to do with being regressed back to babyhood." She looks back up and asks cheerily, "What's that book you have been staring at so intently?" She points to the book on Victorian children's clothes I had in my hand. I smile and open the book to the page with the teenaged boys dressed in baby girls' clothes. I show her the page. I ask, "What do you see wrong with this picture?" She scoots over beside me. She takes the book by one edge and looks intently at the picture. It was a picture of what looked like a very young and very cute little baby girl. She was dressed in a very short baby dress with puffy sleeves and a ribbon tied around her waist. It had a Peter Pan collar with delicate lace all around the hem and sleeves. The dress was held out by a really stiff crinoline petticoat. Underneath, you could see the lacy pantaloons. She had ponytails, and the hair was curled into cute ringlets. She shakes her head and says, "All I see is a really cute little baby girl all dressed up." I laugh and reply, "It's not a little baby girl. It's a boy." She gasps and looks closer at the picture in the book. Unless you read the page or the caption under the picture, there was no way to tell it was a boy. She looks back at me. There was a strange sparkle in her beautiful green eyes that made her even more attractive. She said with a laugh, "And I suppose you have absolutely no desire to dress that way?" Her question caught me by surprise. Yes, I did have a secret desire to be dressed that way. I know my expression gave me away in a split second before I got myself under control. I replied with a strange lilt to my voice I couldn't control at first. "Why, no. Why would you say that?" She giggles sweetly and replies, "Oh, nothing. Just it's sorta odd to see this particular book." I recovered and replied quickly, "It's part of the history I am studying." She says softly, "I do like the clothes though. With a little modernizing, they would be really cute." I was really attracted to this girl and she seemed very friendly. An idea came to mind. I said, "Well, how would you like to come over to a party a friend of mine is having?" She looked at me and asked, "There's a party?" I replied, "Sure. A really wild party where, everyone all gets drunk, has a really good time. Besides, almost everyone on campus will be there and you may find a subject for you study." She said sweetly, "I just might at that." "Okay, you're on. When and where?" I reply, 7 o'clock at number 51 Albatross Lane. Just as the bell rings, she giggles and says, "Okay, I'll meet you there 7 sharp. Bye, I have to go to class now." She stands gracefully and is gone. Her wonderful hypnotic perfume lingering in the air. ABDL Regression Story Part 2. The party. I have on my sharpest party suit. I look like $1 million. My fingers keep playing with the small tube in my pocket. I am confident that I will be enjoying my time with Lisa tonight. I show up and park my car. Just as I'm almost to the front door, a baby blue Lotus Europa pulls into the parking area. The gull-wing door pops open and out pops Lisa. She is amazingly dressed. She has on a soft powder blue halter top trimmed in lace. She has on a pair of boy short hot pants. She has her hair in ponytails tied with matching powder blue ribbons. She is a living doll. She sees me and waves, then shuts the gull-wing door. She runs up to me and takes me by the elbow. She says, "I'm glad you invited me here with you. I don't think I know anybody and it'll be good to be here with someone." I say, "You look nice tonight. A real living doll." She giggles sweetly and leans against me. She gives me a little peck on the cheek. She says softly, "Thank you, Mark. You look very handsome yourself." I walk with her up to the door and into the house. There are a whole lot of people here already and the party hasn't even gotten started yet. Many people take notice of me and especially Lisa. I escort Lisa over to a seat that has only 2 places. I ask her what she wants to drink. She giggles and basically only wants a soda, which is fine, to start. I go to the bar. I order a beer and a soda for Lisa. I take the drinks and go back to where Lisa is sitting. There are already several other men hanging around and one sitting in the seat beside her. Lisa is being friendly, but she keeps refusing any of the overtures offered. She sees me and tells the man sitting beside her that seat is reserved for me. He refuses to leave it. She just gets up, takes the soda from me, and takes my hand. She asks, "Where to now?" Seems some idiot stole your seat and doesn't have enough courtesy to give it back. All the guys standing around the seat staring at us begin to hassle the guy sitting really badly. I suggest, Why don't we take a slow dance? That way we can talk and drink our drinks and not worry about sitting for a while. She agrees. Okay, sounds like a plan. Then maybe we can spot another place to sit. We go to the dance area. She is up against me as we dance. We talk about anything that comes to mind. I find I am really starting to like Lisa. We see another place the two of us can sit for a while. We walk over and I seat Lisa. I tell her not to let anyone sit this time, while I'm gone to the bar to get us another drink. This time Lisa wants a strawberry daiquiri. I see Lisa waving to me. I walk over and see she has already gotten the drinks. She tells me that there are a few people walking around taking orders. I sit and take a long drink of my beer. Lisa's head is turned. I reach into my pocket to get the tube. It's gone. I haven't a clue as to where it might be. I feel something creeping rapidly into my head. I feel suddenly like I have had way too much to drink. On just 2 beers? No, this isn't possible. I see Lisa looking at me with a really great smile and an impish twinkle in her eye. I see the tube in her fingers. I gasp. The last thing I hear is Lisa saying sweetly, "Guess I've found my subject, baby girl." AB Regression Story Part 3: The Awakening. I wake slowly. My head feels like there's someone pounding on a drum inside it. I have little memory of how I might have gotten into this predicament. I have something in my mouth. My mouth is very dry and I need some water or something. I reach up to remove the object. I can't. There's something on my hands preventing it. I open my eyes. Thank goodness the light is dim. What little there is increases the pounding in my head. I see my hands. They have some kind of mittens on them. I can see a small little golden lock. My vision clears. I am in a crib. I sit up quickly. This proves to be a very bad idea. My head pounds as my head swims. The room seems to tilt to one side. I grab one of the crib rails as best as the mittens on my hands allow. I sit with my eyes closed for a bit as the dizziness and nausea pass over me. I am truly confused. When my head clears just a bit, I open my eyes again and look around the room. I am in a large crib. It is very obvious I am also in a nursery of some kind. I still have no memory of how I came to be here. I look down at myself. I am in a diaper and a pair of pink romper panties. There is lace around the waist, leg openings, and many rows across my bottom. There is some kind of thing sewn into the waistband of the panties too that enables them to be locked on. I have on a jumper top that has a little white lamb on the front and large ruffles around the hem. There is a harness strapped to me and several chains running to 2 plates bolted to both sides of the crib with thick bolts. I am not intended to get out of this crib nor to be able to do anything for myself. One thing I am soon going to be desperate to do: go pee. I see a door open and in walks Lisa. No. Lisa says cheerily in a cooing sweet baby voice. Good morning, baby Amy. How is baby this morning? The only noises I can make are grunts and muffled gurgles because of whatever is in my mouth. I see Lisa has a syringe with a very long needle. I am very afraid I am going to be stuck. Lisa walks to the table beside the crib and places the syringe on it. She softly caresses my head. She says in the same voice, "When baby Amy's hair grows longer, I will have her in ponytails. She will be a very cute little girl." I struggle to stand. Because of the way I am harnessed into the crib, the best I can do is get up on my knees. I am making as much noise as whatever is strapped in my mouth will allow me to. My head swims and I feel really nauseous, but I am determined to get away. After a few minutes, I give up. I realize the struggle is futile. Besides, I feel really rotten. Lisa smiles. She shakes her head and then says, You will find you can't escape. Struggle if you wish, but in a few days, you will not want to anyway. She picks up several papers from the table beside the crib and shows them to me. I can't believe what I see. They are a release form and a consent form. They have not only my signature and my thumbprint on them. They are notarized and signed by the head of the Department of Psychiatry and the head of the State Board of Mental Health. There is a third paper. It is a mental competency declaration saying I am mentally incompetent. It is signed by a judge and the head of the State Board of Mental Health. It also gives Lisa universal power of attorney over me. She says softly, "You were right, going to that party was a good idea. I did find someone who would be the subject of my study. Because of the tube you so graciously provided me with, I proved over the course of the last 2 weeks you were mentally incompetent. Everyone has been eager to protect you and allow me to treat you." She puts the papers on the table beside the crib and picks up the syringe. She continues with a really devilish sparkle in her green eyes. "Don't worry, baby Amy, in about a month you will be the perfect baby girl. Of course, it will take several years as a baby before we can even begin to retrain you as an adult woman." I struggle hard. I am yelling at the top of my lungs. The only sound that comes out is a muffled groan. Lisa giggles and says, "Serves you right, you idiot. I am so glad I was up against you. I would have willingly loved you. That was until I accidentally put my hand in your coat and found the Riponol. You are a perfect subject for my study. I will not only regress you to infanthood. I will ensure you want to be a female as you are, rematured. We have the funds available for your sex change operation when the time comes, and it will come. Enjoy yourself, baby Amy. I know I will enjoy stripping you of not only adulthood but of manhood as well." She takes me by the back of my head. She is more powerful than I would have thought. I see the needle. I feel her pushing it firmly into whatever is in my mouth. I can feel a liquid enter my mouth that I cannot help but swallow because of the way the object is in my mouth. There is a lot of liquid too. She pulls the needle out of the thing in my mouth. She smiles. She says in that cooing baby voice, "Now, baby will feel so much better soon. From this moment on your new name is Baby Amy. You are a baby girl and will be treated as such. Between the drug inducement and the physical and mental training, you will soon become just that." She kisses me softly on my forehead as I struggle vainly to get free. She turns and leaves. I begin to feel so very strange. I realize too late I am peeing in my diaper. I feel the warm wetness as it slowly creeps down the front of my diaper and around between my legs. I can no longer be on my knees and I lay back into the crib. I am totally mind blown over what has happened. My last thought before I fall back asleep. I wonder what it will be like to be a girl. How do I get started? I opened my laptop somewhat nervously and typed ABDL into the search bar. I hit enter and immediately was faced with millions of search results about adult babies and diapers which I just couldn't seem to get my mind off of. Despite my intense interest, I still had done nothing more than prowl through websites, YouTube videos, subreddits, and forums. I had not worn a diaper since my bedwetting days and I do not think my parents ever had me use a pacifier. Why was I so entranced with all of this? I guess I'll never know. Regardless of all of that, today I was going to take the leap from the internet to real life, and by leap I mean a baby step, no pun intended. I didn't want to go all in from the get-go because I thought there still might be a chance I didn't like it in real life. I decided I would limit myself to $100 worth of stuff. I know that may sound like a lot, but let's be honest, ABDL stuff can get much more expensive fast. Also, I had just gotten a large bonus from my job after a record-breaking quarter, so I figured a little splurge was okay. Originally, I had just planned to go to the drugstore and buy a pack of adult diapers. However, months of internet research has shown me that these diapers suck. I wanted my first experience to be great and not filled with leaks from cheap diapers. One of the first websites that my search yielded was AB Universe. From my limited experience, these diapers seemed to be pretty good and all of their designs were super duper cute. I looked through the site debating over which pack of diapers I would get. The decision seemed to be absolutely impossible. There were almost 20 different diapers to choose from. I switched over to a new tab and searched cloth-backed or plastic-backed diapers. The basic answer that I found was, cloth-backed diapers are more breathable and quiet while plastic ones are less breathable and noisy. I reasoned that since it was early June and pretty warm I would go with cloth-backed, although I would be giving up the crinkling. Okay, so that eliminated about half of the options, but I still had many to choose from. After debating over it for a few minutes, I thought to myself that the pattern really didn't matter too much and I really wanted the most absorbent diaper. That left me between the Alpha-Gator Z and Little Kings. After looking a little closer at them, I thought the Little Kings were absolutely adorable. Even more so than the cuteness of the Alpha-Gator Z. I selected size medium and clicked add to cart. I then went back to the home page to see what else the site had. I looked briefly at their onuses, but after seeing the price I decided to shop elsewhere. I opened up Amazon and searched for ABDL onuses. Once again many results came up instantly and I prepared once again for the decision ahead of me. I scrolled down quickly, taking a glance at all the onuses until I saw a space-themed onusie from Littlitude. The onusie was covered with cute smiling planets and almost instantly I knew this one would be the one for me. When I was little I always was obsessed with space, so I figured that this would be a great option for me. I looked through the sizes and decided to get a medium. I hoped that it would be long enough because I am decently tall, but I decided it would be best not to worry about it. I added the onusie to the cart and clicked home. My Amazon homepage was now filled with all sorts of ABDL products. One thing that caught my attention was a pack of adult pacifiers. I don't know why, but I had a feeling that this would be something I would love. There was a blue, red, and orange pacifier, and after seeing it was on sale for $12. I put it in my cart as well. After adding up the cost of the diapers, onusie, and pacifiers, I still had a little bit left in my budget. I remembered having to give up a lot of crinkling by choosing cloth-back diapers, so I thought maybe buying a pair of plastic pants would be good. I could have the crinkling, and if I got too hot I could always take them off. I found a 3-pack of clear ones so they wouldn't conceal the cute designs of the diapers I bought. Once I added those to the cart, I clicked place order and now had to patiently wait for my order to come in. I got up to get ready for work on Wednesday, 2 days after I placed my Amazon order, when I saw a notification on my phone that my package was out for delivery. I was giddy with excitement as I made breakfast and threw on my work clothes. All I could think about as I headed out the door was what I was going to do when I got home. Unfortunately for me, when I got home I was still hours away, so I had to put my thoughts away for now. Work was almost painful as I had to suppress my excitement so my work performance wouldn't go down. The hours seemed to drag on even more than they normally would. After what seemed like a lifetime of working and waiting, 5 o'clock finally came. I practically ran to my car eager to get home. My phone buzzed and a notification read that my order was only 3 stops away from my house. I turned on my car and drove home, being extra careful to not speed from excitement. I pulled into the driveway of my house and looked at my porch, seeing nothing there. I sighed, realizing it hadn't been delivered yet. I walked up to my door, unlocked it and started to go inside when I heard a van pull into my driveway. It was the Amazon delivery van. I waited in the doorway while the driver walked up to my door. He handed me the package and I smiled and thanked him before going inside. I shut and locked the door before going to my living room to tear into the box. I used my keys to tear through the tape and open the box, revealing my 3 items. I was so happy and I couldn't stop smiling after looking at what I had finally bought. I first took out the plastic pants and set them aside as they were the most boring item I had bought. I then took out the Odyssey and took a second to stare at it. The design was much more detailed than the Amazon pictured had let on. I absolutely loved it. Finally, I took out the pacifiers. I figured this would be the first item I would try. Unfortunately, the packaging for them was absolutely impossible to open. I struggled for nearly 10 minutes with a pair of scissors trying to free the pacifiers from the box they came in. I was doing this while trying not to accidentally cut myself or possibly damage the pacifiers. Once I broke open the box once and for all. I picked up the blue pacifier. It was baby blue with a large shield with 2 holes on either side of the button in the middle. I had heard about decorating pacifiers, so I figured I would be doing this eventually too. I took off the cover and studied the shape of the silicone nipple. It was clear and much bigger than I had originally expected. A little hesitantly, I placed the pacifier in my mouth and began to suck on it. Almost immediately, I was greeted with the taste of plastic. It put me off a little bit and I took it out of my mouth. I was a little bit disappointed that it tasted so bad, and I figured there must be a way to fix it. I pulled out my phone to look it up, then I got an idea. I brought the parky to my bathroom and squirted a glob of toothpaste on it. I wasn't sure if this was a good idea or not, but I figured it wouldn't hurt. I brushed the parky thoroughly with my toothbrush before rinsing it off with some warm water. Then I popped it back into my mouth and I was relieved that it now tasted like mint and not like plastic. Now, with the distraction of taste gone, I could now fully appreciate the sensation. The pacifier almost completely filled my mouth up and I was a little surprised by how much I enjoyed it. While keeping the pacifier in my mouth, I walked back to my living room to retrieve the rest of my package. At this point, I realized that I still had my work clothes on. I grabbed the Odyssey and plastic pants before breaking down the Amazon box. I put it in my trash can and then walked to my bedroom, bringing along the other 2 things. I stopped briefly in the bathroom to look in the mirror. I thought I looked a bit ridiculous since I was wearing professional clothes while sucking on a pacifier. Once I got to my room, I took off my work clothes and then decided to take off my underwear too. I was now curious about the plastic pants, so I opened up the package, which was much easier than the pacifiers. I took out a pair and stepped into the 2 leg holes. Even just doing that, I could already hear the crinkle that they made. I pulled them up with the top part being over my hip and nearing my belly button. I was glad that they fit really well and both the legs and waist felt very secure but not too tight. It was a very strange feeling to have plastic against my bare skin. The pants were cool against the warmness of my thighs and crotch. I figured that they would feel more natural with a diaper underneath them. At that, I decided to check my ABDL order while still wearing only the plastic pants. I saw that my diapers would not be coming until Friday. I was pretty disappointed to see that, but at least I would have all weekend to try them out. Instead of pouting about it, I just moved on to my final item, the Odyssey. I tore off the plastic it came in and picked up the Odyssey. It felt super soft and I held it up to my skin to feel how soft it truly was. I decided to keep the bare plastic pants on for now and I pulled the Odyssey over my head. It felt even more soft on my body, much more than any t-shirt I ever had. On top of the softness, the one side fit perfectly and was not too short. I then started to snap together the 4 snaps at the crotch. The plastic pants started to morph around where the Odyssey crotch was, which didn't feel comfortable. I unsnapped the Odyssey and pulled the plastic pants off. They would be useful once the diapers came, but for now not so much. I snapped the Odyssey closed again and the softness against my crotch felt amazing. I stepped back into my bathroom to once again look in the mirror. I nearly lost the pacifier out of my mouth when it dropped open. I couldn't believe how freaking cute I looked. This was exactly what I had wanted and I almost couldn't believe it was happening. I stood there in the bathroom for a minute just staring at myself in the mirror. I was in a trance just looking myself up and down. After I was done admiring how adorable I looked, I went back to my living room to watch some TV. I made sure that the shades were closed so no one would see me wearing only a onesie and sucking on a pacifier. I decided that I wanted to watch something to make me feel little, so I turned on Nick Jr. While I watched, I couldn't stop smiling about how everything was turning out. I was living a dream that I had for so long. After about an hour of watching TV, I had to go to the bathroom. I sighed as I couldn't just go in a diaper like I wished I could. I got up and headed to the bathroom, unsnapped the onesie and went. While I was peeing, I thought that I can't wait till Friday to wear a diaper, but I started to come up with a plan. For now though, I went to my kitchen to make dinner. While I was eating, I was searching on my phone about diapers I could buy at the store. I read a little about size 7 Pampers, but mostly everyone said they wouldn't fit at all, which made sense as they were made for babies. Pull-ups had the same problem despite them being made for toddlers and not babies. I then looked into drugstore diapers and reasoned whether or not to try them. I knew from my previous research that they were not good quality, leaked for almost everyone. I did have the plastic pants though, and those hopefully would keep in some of the leaks. I then stumbled upon Goodnights, which were designed for older children and teenagers. I saw the sizes went up to 140 pounds. Despite my height, I was only 145, so I decided that tomorrow I would go get some for myself. After eating dinner, I turned on the Lorax and watched until I was almost falling asleep. By the time the movie had ended, I decided to just call it a night. I decided to leave my pacifier in for the night, and I figured that it would help me sleep better. Unfortunately, the pacifier was somewhat distracting and I couldn't fall asleep. After about a half hour, I gave up with the pacifier and set it on my bedside table. I then quickly drifted off into sleep. Alex's diaper day. Chapter 1. Alicia looked out her bedroom window at the younger ones in her neighborhood playing games in the park. It appeared that they did not have a care in the world, except to play, have fun and enjoy their life. Now that Alicia was becoming a young adult, she wondered to herself what it would be like to be that carefree again, with no worries for the immediate future. Alicia herself always appeared to take special notice and wished to be one of the younger ones who would be in diapers full time. Alicia had tried making her own diapers out of towels before. However, she knew in her heart of hearts that it was not the same as wearing a real diaper. She got up and changed out of her pajamas and into a white t-shirt and her favorite pair of short overalls. Then she tied her hair into a ponytail and headed outside. On her way out, she passed the younger ones in the park as she drove off to school. It was a typical day with many tests, causing Alicia to stress much and leading her mind back to diapers. Ring. The final bell of the day rang and it was time to head home. As Alicia looked in her purse for some makeup, she realized that she had money as she had just gotten her paycheck the day before. Alicia also remembered her mom was working late tonight, so she decided she would finally get the chance to wear diapers. Alex now had a big smile on her face, but at the same time was worried how everything would go. How was it really going to feel to wear a diaper again? And with that thought, it turned her on. Alex didn't know why, but diapers always had a strange appeal to her as well. Alex was really nervous about going to the store. She walked into the drugstore and headed for the diaper aisle. They didn't have much choice, but she found a pack of Pampers Cruisers which she knew would fit her after reading some blogs on the internet. She quickly headed for the checkout to make a quick transaction and leave. She carried the package back to her car and drove home. Okay, I did it, thought Alex as she headed to her room. Chapter 2. Alex laid in her bed as she started taking off her clothes. She undid the buckles of her jeans and then slid them down her legs and pulled them off. She then reached down and grabbed one of her diapers out of the pack, opened it up, and slid it under her butt. Alex then took the diaper and brought up between her legs and fastened it snugly. Alex was now fully diapered and loved it. She didn't know how she was going to feel once the diaper was on, since she had never worn one before, but she loved the bulky feeling. She liked the way the diaper was thick and smooth and very crinkly. It made her feel like a baby. Alex then headed over to her closet to grab a pink t-shirt. At this time she also knew she was becoming very turned on. Chapter 3. Now that Alex was diapered and had 5 hours left to herself, she decided that because she had a private backyard that she would play outside. Alex's backyard was pretty small, but it was pretty well kept compared to the weeds and trees growing over the fences of the surrounding houses. She did have some really cool stuff back there though. There was one of those plastic playhouses that little kids could sit in. This one was shaped like a castle. There was a wooden seesaw, painted red on one side and painted blue on the other. There was a really retro tire swing hanging from a tree branch. But the place she went to first was her sandbox. Alex sat down in the sand and felt the texture through her legs. At that moment Alex realized she forgot to use the potty when she got home, but was kind of excited to be able to use her diaper. It wasn't easy, but soon she felt a warm stream of urine overflow her diaper and once again turning her on. Alex was amazed by how good it felt and ran inside to her bed. At this time all Alex could think about is how happy these diapers made her feel. Annie loved her mama. I mean, Megan had really only been her mama for, a couple of weeks. A random encounter with a cruel god, some sort of magic or something, Annie wasn't clear on the details, and then suddenly Annie found herself regressed back to toddler age. Stressful, to say the least. Annie had done the only thing she possibly could, run to her best friend's house and hope for the best. And it had probably been the best decision she possibly could have made. Megan was, as always, there for her no matter what, though being held in her arms had a bit of a different meaning now that Annie was small. It hadn't come as a huge surprise when Megan offered to care for her, but it was still about the only thing Annie could cling to now that she had effectively lost control of her whole life. Her job. Fired due to unexcused absence. Her family. They had already filed a missing persons report. Her apartment and everything within. Already taken by a mix of family and investigators trying to figure out where the 25-year-old had disappeared to. A 2-year-old couldn't exactly walk back in and claim to be her. Megan offered her the only grounding she could possibly have at this point. Mama had been another accident. Annie said it one night in a fit of crying, and Megan had actively seen that she was referred to as Annie's mama ever since. Annie had no objections. It felt natural and comforting, and that was what she needed in this time. So Megan became her mama, and she became her mama's little girl. And so it was that Annie found herself doing the scariest activity she thought possible, going to the mall. Annie used to love going to the mall, but it was a different story now. Everyone was so much bigger than her and the place was so crowded that she was afraid she'd be stepped on or snatched up. Mama comforted her and hugged her close before strapping her into her car seat for the ride, but it didn't do much to assuage her concerns. She resolved to hold her mama's hand or, preferably, bury her face in her mama's shirt the whole time, though with her mama shopping she wasn't sure she'd be allowed. Still, she made the effort as Megan lifted her out of her car seat, successfully clinging for the duration of the walk through the parking lot before being partially defeated as Megan set her down and grabbed her hand immediately following. Of course her mama had her go clothes shopping to start. Annie saw the Build-A-Bear on the way through and tried to point towards it, begging Megan and using her best sad puppy dog face, but mama was as always immune. "Maybe if you're good," were the only words said in relation to Annie's desires as Megan dragged her off to the designated children's clothing store not too far away. She did her best to sit there and look pouty as Megan grabbed piles of clothing, holding each item up to her in turn to see if it would fit. "Come on. You need clothes, remember," was simply met with crossed arms and further pouting from Annie. Megan sighed and lifted Annie up, much to Annie's delight, only to bring Annie over to a fitting room. The pouting returned almost instantly, but Annie was at least cooperative as she was undressed by Megan. Annie was 100% sure she wouldn't ever get used to what came next as Megan reached down and pulled out the waistband of her diaper to check the girl. Still, Annie wouldn't make her mama's job any more difficult, so she just stood there blushing until Megan came back with a verdict. "A little bit wet, aren't you? We'll get you a change a bit later, okay?" Annie was too embarrassed to do anything but meekly nod as she tried to hug Megan, and, as expected, was met with a warm embrace from her best friend turned mama. A side effect of her transformation seemed to have been a complete loss of control. Fortunately, being only about 2 years old in physical age meant that there were plenty of diapers in her size. Still, diaper checks, not to mention changes, were a very personal thing, and she wasn't sure she'd be used to that anytime soon. Megan released Annie from her arms and began the tedious process of dressing Annie into every outfit she picked out, one at a time. Annie made sure to show that she was not amused at every possible step, pouting audibly in addition to her stuck-out lip and crossed arms whenever she could manage. All this resulted in was Megan reaching into her bag and pulling out a pacifier, which was consequently placed into Annie's mouth. Yet more blushing ensued, but it had the expected effect of quieting Annie for the duration of the fitting. As the last set of clothes was lifted off of Annie, Megan crouched down and pulled the pacifier out. "Thank you for being so patient, Annie. Now, can you please wait here for me? I'm going to go grab another couple of sets of clothes. I promise, I'll be right back." Annie didn't like the idea, but she did trust her mama, so she slowly nodded. "Okay, mama." She flinched as her hair was ruffled, but again turned to blushing as she felt Megan's lips brush across her forehead. "Good girl," she heard from Megan, bringing a smile to her lips. And then before she knew it, Megan was gone. Annie stood there anxiously, eyes trained on the door, bouncing back from foot to foot as she anxiously awaited her mama's return. Seconds felt like hours as the time slowly ticked by. Thoughts began racing through Annie's mind. Why was her mama taking so long? What if something happened? Did something happen to her mama? Did her mama run away? What if her mama never came back? Annie felt certain in this last one as she ducked under the fitting room stall door, clad solely in her diaper, socks, and shoes, and toddled through the store, frantically glancing from side to side. Before she knew it, without seeing her mama anywhere, Annie had exited the store and was dodging between the crowds of people walking through the mall, tears running down her face. "Mama! Where are you? Mama!" A strange, unfamiliar man in a blue uniform bent down and looked her in the eyes. "Hey! Do you need some help finding your mommy, little girl?" Annie panicked and tried to run as she met his gaze, crying and screaming for her mama. And as soon as she turned around to do so, she ran right into some very familiar arms. Megan's warm embrace had never felt so good as Annie continued bawling, burying her face in Megan's chest. Wrapped comfortably in a set of strong arms, one of them rubbing her back and head, she cried for what seemed like several minutes, ignoring everything but the fact that her mama was back. She looked up worriedly at Megan's smiling face, which promptly gave her another kiss on the forehead before speaking. "Now, what did I tell you to do, Annie?" "I was right outside the door." Annie couldn't respond, preferring to continue crying and sniffling. Megan pulled a tissue from her purse and held it to Annie's nose. "Now, can you blow for me, sweetie?" Annie did as she was told and immediately stopped sniffling, her face much cleaner than before. Annie laid her head down on her mama's chest, not saying a word as she happily accepted the pacifier that Megan held at the ready. "I think we're done with shopping for today, okay? I'll grab you some clothes and get you changed, and then we'll head on out. Maybe we can stop by Build-A-Bear on the way out if you're up for it." Annie weakly nodded, barely paying attention as Megan walked her back into the shop, laid her down on the bench in the changing room, and changed her into a fresh diaper and romper. Megan fortunately made the checkout at the store quick, but Annie's face only lit up again once they were inside Build-A-Bear. Forgetting entirely about the fact that she was holding onto her mama, Annie reached out almost immediately at an ivory teddy bear with brown paws and belly. You want that one, Annie? You sure? You only get to pick one. Annie could only respond with nodding and grabby hands as she stretched dangerously far away from her mama, causing Megan to have to quickly wrap her free arm around Annie to prevent falling. Be patient, sweetie. I'll grab it for you. Annie found a soft but floppy shell in her arms and looked curiously up at Megan. Don't you remember how Build-A-Bear works from when you were little, Annie? You have to stuff the bear yourself with lots of love. Annie nodded, but gave the unstuffed bear a hug regardless as Megan carried her to the next station. Now Annie, I'm gonna need to take your bear for a second so we can make him super cuddly, okay? Annie barely was able to keep herself from holding tight to the bear as Megan pulled him out of her arms. A lady Annie didn't know held her bear, pushing him against the nozzle of a whirring machine that looked like it had a lot of white, puffy stuff inside of it. As Annie hoped, the bear was held up to her looking a lot more stuffed than it was before, but it was just out of her reach. She almost started to tear up before the lady holding the bear addressed her. You have to give your bear a heart before you can take him. Go ahead and pick one out, okay? A plastic container of fabric hearts lay in front of Annie, who of course attempted immediately to reach out and grab one. Her mama anticipated this, however, and already was holding up a couple for her to choose from. Annie grabbed one and hugged it tight, just like the bear, but the bear-holding lady's voice spoke to her again. Now all you need to do is close your eyes, spin around 3 times, make a wish, and give the heart a kiss. Annie closed her eyes and felt the pacifier come out of her mouth as her mama spun her all the way around 1, 2, 3 times. Annie made the most important wish of her life up to this point, that her mama and her would be together forever, and that she'd never have to be separated from her mama no matter what. Then, she opened her eyes and gave the heart the biggest kiss she could. The lady held out Annie's bear, a hole in his back, for Annie to put the heart into, and she took the hint, reaching out of her mama's arms and into the back of the bear to deposit the heart deep within. The lady pulled the bear out of Annie's reach for just a couple of seconds before handing the bear back to her, this time all stuffed and fluffy, and with no hole to be seen. Annie felt a feeling of warmth inside as she hugged the bear and felt her pacifier enter her mouth again, the happiest feeling she had felt in a very long time. Megan carried the happy little girl over to the checkout counter, pulling out her wallet and handing a plastic card to the cashier. As the man behind the counter reached down to grab a cardboard house in which to place Annie's bear, Megan shook her head. Thanks, but I don't think we'll be separating these two anytime soon. She rubbed her little girl's back as she carried the girl right on out of the mall. Did you have fun today at the mall, sweetie? The only possible answer came back, and though it was not an answer at all to the question, it gave Megan all the answer she needed. I love you, Mama. I love you too, sweetie. I was a brat growing up. My parents were the most permissive you ever saw. They let me get away with anything. They gave me anything I wanted. I had a wonderful life with them. At least I thought so. I never did well in school. I didn't really care. I had people to see, places to go, things to do. Besides, what did it matter? It was only 8th grade. I thought that I was a big deal. By a certain age, I was spoiled rotten. It was summer vacation. I loved summer. It was my chance to catch up on TV shows I missed and play video games that I loved. It was also a chance to sleep late and not have to deal with those annoying teachers. One day, as I was watching a rerun of Mad About You, my mother walked into the room. Danny, we need to talk, she said in her quiet voice. Not now, at the commercial, and for the last time, call me Dan, was my polite response to her. When the commercial came on, she resumed. Dan, we need to talk. Yeah, what? Your report card came in today. Big deal. Who cares? I'm worried about you, Dan. You didn't do so well. What's the big deal? It's only school. School is important, Dan. You finished junior high and it's time to look into high schools. At this rate, none of the good schools will take you. So what? So, I called your Aunt Christine to see what help I should give you. Who's Aunt Christine? I never heard of her. She is my sister. We grew up together. She lives all the way down in Alabama. Okay, now will you be quiet? My show's back on. I yelled. She patiently waited for the episode to finish and then shut the TV off. What the hell did you do that for? I screamed. I need you to pay attention to this. Are you listening? Yeah, whatever. Well, your aunt suggested that I send you to live with her. She says she knows some very good schools that would take you. Is that okay with you? Yeah, whatever. Can you turn the TV back on now? Needless to say, I wasn't really listening. It is at this moment that I should mention something else about me. Since I was 2 years old, I never wore anything with buttons on it. I never knew why. Just when I was 2, I said, no more buttons. My parents let me do it. I never thought about it. All my clothes were button-free and I was happy. My pants had an elastic waist and my shirts were of the turtleneck variety. I didn't think about the conversation I had with my mother that day. I just continued to watch TV and play video games. One day, my mother woke me up early. She told me that it was time for me to go to Alabama to visit my Aunt Christine. I didn't remember the conversation and was very confused. When I asked about luggage, I was confused even more. I was told that Aunt Christine said I wouldn't need anything and she would have everything I needed. The flight was uneventful. My mother had given me a photo of Aunt Christine. I looked at it all through the flight. I wondered what kind of person she was. She looked nice. She looked pretty too. The plane landed and I went out into the main terminal. I looked around and there was a woman holding up a sign that read, Danny. She looked like the photo I had. She was about 6 foot, had shoulder-length blonde hair, and dressed very conservatively. She was wearing a white blouse, black tie, black blazer, and black skirt. She also wore pantyhose and high heels. Nervously, I approached her. Aunt Christine. I ventured. She looked down at me, paused and said in a friendly tone. Ah, you must be Danny. I've heard a lot about you. Come with me to the car. I didn't know what else to do, so I went with her. Something in her tone compelled me to obey. When we were in the car, I ventured some questions. Do you have cable? I asked. No. You better get it for me. I snapped. There was a sudden chill in her voice, all previous friendliness gone from her voice. Are you giving me an order, young man? Need I remind you of your place, and I am in charge here? You will not order me again. Is that clear? Yes, Aunt Christine, I replied. The rest of the trip to my new home was spent in silence. We pulled into the driveway of a nice 2-story white house. It seemed pretty standard to me. I followed her in. There was nothing outstanding about the interior. It seemed like home. Aunt Christine gave me the grand tour of the house. 2 bathrooms, 1 upstairs, 1 downstairs, bedrooms upstairs, both hers and mine, kitchen, dining room, and living room. She told me to sit down in the living room, which I did. She sat down across from me and said, Danny, we need to talk about the rules of this house. Okay. I replied. Now Danny, this can either be a pleasant experience, or it can be an unpleasant one. The choice will be entirely up to you. I was puzzled. Okay. But, could you please call me Dan? You want to be called Dan? Yes. I won't call you Dan. You will always be Danny. Danny is a child's name, that is what you are, is it not? I'm not a child, I replied indignantly. Are you old enough to drink? No. Are you old enough to vote? No. Has your voice changed? No. Then you are a child. As a child in this house, I expect obedience from you, is that clear? Yes. You will be in bed by 10 o'clock every night, regardless if it is a weeknight or not. Your homework should be done by then. 10 o'clock? That's too early. At home, I get to stay up until midnight. This isn't home with your parents. You will abide by my rules now. And if I don't, I will spank you. You can't do that. I was never spanked before. I didn't want to find out what it felt like at all. But I was sure she was bluffing. I can, and I will when the situation warrants it. I have enrolled you into a very good private school. 99% of its students go to the best universities. They practice corporal punishment as well. Corporal punishment? I was unfamiliar with the term. It means that they can spank you at school. And, if you get a spanking at school, you will get one at home from me too. I also expect only straight A's from you. Do you follow? Yes. I was growing more nervous by the second. I don't like what you are wearing at all. Please remove your garments. I was unsure of what to do. Something didn't feel at all right. I obeyed. Soon my t-shirt and elastic waistland shorts were on the floor next to me. I sat down again. You won't be needing these anymore, Aunt Christine said, and without another word, picked up my discarded clothes and left the room with them. A few minutes later, she re-entered, without my clothes. What the hell did you make me do that for? I shouted. I felt very angry about what had happened. Give me back my clothes. You will not be wearing those vile clothes while you live in my house. Don't swear, and this is the last time I will warn you about giving me orders. School starts in less than a week. I bought a uniform for you and I would like to make sure it fits you. I want you to put it on. She walked to a nearby closet and produced what would be my school uniform. The school uniform consisted of a white button-down shirt, black blazer, black tie, black slacks, and black shoes. Needless to say, the majority of this clothing had buttons. Something I never wear. I looked at the uniform, then I looked at her. She was waiting expectantly. Well, she said. I can't wear that. Can't or won't, Danny? Can't. I hated her calling me Danny. And why not? I don't wear buttons. Ah, your mother told me about that. I thought she was joking. Why don't you wear buttons? I just don't. That's not an answer, Danny. If I tell you to wear buttons, you will wear buttons. And if I don't, then I will spank you. I stood up. The hell you will. Give me my own clothes. I'll go to school like I always do. Dressed the way I want to. You can't tell me what to wear. I called her bluff. There was a long pause. I could feel the beating of my own heart. Though I was confident that she wouldn't spank me, I was still a little uncertain. Aunt Christine's face seemed to be fraught with indecision. It seemed to make a decision. She started walking towards me. It wasn't a normal walk though. It seemed very deliberate. My mind told me to run from her. To get away, she wasn't bluffing at all. I tried to run, but my feet were frozen. I was paralyzed with fear. The fear of what she would do. When she reached me, she grabbed my ear, by the lobe. She started to pull me towards the door. Still, scared, I couldn't manage to move my feet. Suddenly, she gave me a sharp swat on my rear. That got me moving. As she marched me up the stairs, she started lecturing me. "I won't spank you. Is that what you think? My dear Danny, you are very misguided in your beliefs. As soon as we reach my bedroom, you will get a spanking you won't soon forget. Not only did you disobey me, but you swore and, despite all my warnings, you gave me an order. That is a decision you will sorely regret. When I am through with you, you will most definitely wear this." She shoved the uniform in front of my face. I thought she left it in the living room. She apparently didn't. We reached a door at the end of the hallway upstairs. She opened it and led me into her room. Deliberately, Aunt Christine put the uniform on the hook on the door and closed it. She then moved a chair from the corner of the room to the middle. The side of the chair was facing the door. The bed was behind the chair. I had never seen a chair like it before. It was unpadded, unlike the chairs that my parents used. It was wooden and had a straight back. It didn't have any armrests either. I didn't have to wait long to see what it was for. She sat down in the chair and then pulled me over her knee. I resisted, of course, but she was stronger and had me by the ear, which is painful when pulled. I struggled for a few moments but soon realized that I was effectively immobilized. I looked up and saw the school uniform. It was taunting me. "This spanking will teach you to obey me and behave," Aunt Christine said. I could feel some pressure on my rear end. I thought the spanking had begun and felt relieved. I was wrong. Aunt Christine was just getting a feel for my rear. The pressure left my rear and suddenly, whop, 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 whop. I could feel the swats to my rear. I was determined not to let her get the best of me. I just lay still and let her spank me. After a few minutes, however, my rear was starting to feel a little warm. I didn't like the feeling at all and started to squirm. A few minutes later the swat stopped. That wasn't bad. I can handle this, I thought. I moved to get up, but was pushed down again. I could hear the firm voice of my aunt. "The spanking has just started, Danny. You won't be going anywhere very soon." I started to protest. "Young man, do you want to make me angry? You have just earned yourself extra spanking for ordering me and swearing at me. Keep this up and you will have a very sore bottom indeed." That was the only reply I got. Whop, 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 whop. The spanking continued. I couldn't believe how much more it hurt. I was already squirming with the first swat. Aunt Christine never said anything. It seemed that all of her mind was set on spanking. After about 5 minutes of continuous spanking, I was starting to sob. I started asking her, politely, to stop. My requests fell on deaf ears. Eventually, she stopped. "Go to the corner on my right, next to the bed," she ordered me. I stood up and waddled over to the corner. "I want you to think about why you are standing in the corner right now. I forgot something in my purse downstairs. I will be back in a few minutes." I did as I was told. I didn't hear Aunt Christine come back in. "You disobeyed me, didn't you?" "Yes, ma'am." I was worried. "Turn around." I turned around. In her hand was a large, oval-shaped, wooden hairbrush. She was tapping the smooth side against her hand. Without a word, she went back to the chair and told me to get over her knee again. I complied. Swat! 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 The swats of the hairbrush were indescribable. I never felt anything like it in my life. It hurt very much. I knew I couldn't do anything about it either. I felt helpless. After about a minute or two, I started to cry. I promised to do anything, just as long as the spanking would stop. The spanking stopped. "Will you put on the uniform?" she asked. I looked at the uniform, at all the buttons on it. I couldn't bring myself to say yes. I just cried. SWAT. 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 I was crying pathetically after just 3 more swats. After what felt like an eternity, but couldn't have been more than 5 minutes, she asked again. This time I said yes. She stood me up and brought me the shirt. Put it on, she said. I obeyed. It was difficult, but I put it on. She then put the tie on me, knowing that I couldn't do it myself yet. I want you to pay attention. I expect you to be able to do this yourself by the end of the first week. She said. Yes, was all I could reply. Tears were still streaming down my face and my rear still hurt. She handed me the blazer. Put it on, she said. I obeyed. She then told me to put on the slacks. I did that as well. The underpants felt tighter than usual and hurt my sore rear even more. Eventually, I was wearing the uniform. There, that wasn't so bad, was it? Aunt Christine asked. No. How does it feel? Strange. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. Besides, you will be wearing the top part during the rest of the spanking. I started to cry again. I couldn't believe there was more. I was already in pain as it was. She then had me wait while she brought a belt out from the closet. Now, we have already dealt with your initial disobedience, now we must deal with your constant swearing. She sat down and I was back over her knee. Before the first strike of the belt, I was already crying. Swish, crack. Swish, crack. Swish, crack. Swish, crack. Swish, crack. I thought that nothing could hurt more than the hairbrush. I was wrong. Before she was done, I was already bawling like a baby. I couldn't stop crying, no matter how hard I tried. Then, she stopped. Are you sorry you swore at me, Danny? Yes, m. The words were just barely audible. More a squeak than anything else. Good. Now, you will be sorry you ordered me to. I'm already sorry, Aunt Christine. Please, no more. Now, Danny. You brought this upon yourself. She continued with the belt. I didn't think I could take any more. I was beyond crying. I didn't have the strength to. Soon she stopped. She stood me up. The spanking would be over now, but you rubbed your rear during corner time, didn't you, Danny? All I could do was nod my head. I want you to stand in the corner and compose yourself. I complied. It took me half an hour to stop crying and even speak. Danny, I have here a paddle. I am going to give you 10 swats with this. Then the spanking will be over. If you miss one or miscount, we will start again. Do you understand? Yes, m. She had me bend over the chair. I prepared myself. Whop. 1. I was close to tears. Whop. 2. I was sobbing again. Whop. 3. I was in tears. Whop. 4. Whop. 5. I could barely control myself. Whop. 6. Whop. 7. Whop. 8. I was bawling uncontrollably. Whop. There was a pause. Whop. Danny, you missed one. You know what that means. Came the voice of my aunt. I couldn't respond, I was just crying. Danny, I won't make you count, but instead will give you 5 more swats. I thanked her. She finished the spanking. I was a mess. Aunt Christine then led me back to my room. She lay me down on the bed where I cried. She left me alone with my sorrow. A few hours later, she came back. I want you to sleep in your uniform tonight so you get used to it. Yes, Aunt Christine, I replied. I also want you to sleep on your back to remind you what happens when you don't wear it. Yes, Aunt Christine, I replied. She started to leave, then she turned and said, "You can call me Auntie if you want. Remember, I'm here to help you and I love you." She came back and kissed me on the forehead. "But, if you get out of line, I'll make sure to straighten you out." "Good night, Auntie," I said. It took me a little longer to fall asleep. Auntie Christine woke me up early the next day. I felt a little disoriented, but I didn't say anything since the previous day's spanking was fresh in my mind. She started talking. Her voice sounded friendly again, just like when I first met her the previous day. "Danny, I'm sorry I had to spank you yesterday. You have to understand, you gave me no choice. I expect my nephew to be obedient and a good boy. You were neither of those things yesterday. Are you going to be a good boy from now on?" "Yes, Auntie," I replied. I didn't want any more spankings from her. They hurt a great deal. I never thought anything could hurt that much. "I have laid out some fresh clothes for you, please change into them." I did as she told. The clothes were pretty much the same uniform I had on, just clean. I had a feeling that she wanted me to wear this full time. She helped me with my tie again. Her touch felt soft, very caring. It was hard for me to believe that this hand, so soft against my cheek, could be the same one that made my rear hurt so much. The pain from that spanking didn't fully go away yet. "Auntie Christine, can I ask you a question?" "Yes, Danny, you may." I couldn't get over how friendly she seemed. "Is my rear still red?" "Well, not as red as it was last night. Right now, it's a healthy shade of pink. It should stop hurting by tomorrow." "Okay." I followed her downstairs for breakfast. I was starving. I couldn't believe that she cooked for me. On the table, there was oatmeal, bran muffins, a tall glass of milk and some cereal with milk in it. There was only one problem with that meal. I hated oatmeal, bran muffins, and milk. The cereal didn't have any sugar either. Even though I was hungry, I told her that I would prefer something tastier. "Danny, you will eat what I give you," she said. "But, what if I don't want to?" I asked. "I will make you want to. You can't make me do anything I don't want to do," I yelled at her. A stern tone came into her voice. "Danny, do you remember what happened yesterday when you didn't want to wear those clothes? So, you wouldn't do it twice in a row." I was sure she was just trying to scare me. "Danny, don't test me. You know I don't bluff." That tone scared me. Without another word, I ate all of my breakfast. I guess it didn't taste too bad. It was then that I decided to try not to make her mad. I really didn't want a repeat of my last spanking. She called me back into the living room. I went in. "Danny, we didn't get to finish our discussion the other day. I want to finish explaining what is expected of you. You will have some chores to do around the house. They are to be done without question. You are to take out the trash once a week, mow the lawn every 2 weeks and do the dishes nightly." "Yes, Auntie," I said. "Now, I'm sure you are curious about your new school. I want you to read this." She handed me a pamphlet. "This should tell you everything you need to know about the school. I want you to read it now." She left me alone with the book. It was really uncomfortable for me to keep sitting on the couch, so I took it back upstairs and started reading it on my bed, while I was on my stomach. "On behalf of the staff of the Alabama Preparatory School, APS, we wish to welcome you to our school. In the following pamphlet, you will find a list of classes and rules that you will be required to obey." I suppressed a yawn, it was so boring. I turned the page. It had all the rules. There were 3 columns and the print was very small. There must have been over 300 individual rules. They were put into 3 categories. The first was labeled primary rules, the second, secondary rules, and the third was labeled required rules. The third column was entirely in bold type. The first column seemed pretty standard, about tardiness, backtalk, etc. The second was about homework, tests, etc. The third column was about the uniform, policy on cheating, swearing, etc. The next page listed punishments. It struck me as odd that though there was a minimum punishment for each class of rules, there was no maximum. For breaking a primary rule, there was a minimum of 10 strokes of the paddle over the pants from the teacher. For breaking a secondary rule, it was 10 strokes over underpants, also from a teacher. If a required rule was broken, the punishment was administered by the headmistress. The minimum here was 6 strokes of the junior cane on the bare bottom. Each punishment was accompanied by a note that had to be signed by a parent or guardian. The next page consisted of the methods of punishment. I started reading it. The aforementioned punishments are merely minimum suggestions and are not necessarily followed by all teachers. They have the right to spank any student with any implement ranging from a slipper to the senior cane or strap. The only requirement of the teachers in this case is that the minimum punishment be given as well. I didn't have to read any further. It was obvious that this school expected me to be perfect at all times. I also remembered what my aunt said about my grade requirements. They had to be straight A's. I rubbed my rear thoughtfully. I wondered if it would ever feel normal again, and not recovering from a spanking. With those thoughts in mind, I drifted off to sleep. A few hours later, I heard a knock at the door. "Danny, it's time for dinner. I know you are tired, but you have to eat." I didn't respond. Why wouldn't she just let me sleep? She knocked again, harder. "Danny, it's time to eat. Go away," I shouted. "Danny, since you are a little drowsy, I will overlook the fact that you gave me an order, but come downstairs immediately." "Fuck off," I replied. She stormed in and dragged me into her bedroom. She wasted no time pulling down my pants and underpants and bringing me over her lap. She started to lecture me. "Never, ever use language like that. Do you hear me? When will you learn to obey? Will I have to spank you every day this year?" She started spanking me with the hairbrush. Immediately, the memory of yesterday's spanking flooded back into my memory, and the memory of the pain receptors in my rear. It felt like she had just spanked me 10 minutes ago, when it was really a full day. I was soon in tears and promising her to be good from now on. "You told me you would be good yesterday." I don't think I left a lasting impression at all. She continued spanking me with that hairbrush. She even went down the backs of my thighs this time. An area that had never been spanked. It really hurt. I was bawling like a baby. Still, the spanking continued. Eventually, I just didn't have the energy to cry anymore. That's when the spanking stopped. "Now, will you obey me, Danny?" "Yes, m." I felt a mess. I don't know how I managed to say it, but I did. I was determined to keep my promise this time. I didn't know how many more spankings I could take. "Now, come down for dinner. It's a vegetable medley, all your favorite foods. Peas, beans, and mushrooms." Those were all the foods I hated. I didn't dare argue with her though. "Could I at least have a pillow to sit on?" I ventured. "No, I want you to remember this spanking every time you sit down. Last time I left the backs of your thighs alone. This time you will have to oasis in your burning rear." I just sighed and accompanied her for dinner. I was polite. I cleaned my plate and I did the dishes. I wouldn't give her any reason to spank me. The next week was uneventful. I did everything Auntie Christine said. I even offered to help her. In time, the pain in my rear did subside. I didn't want to be spanked ever again. My wish didn't come true though. The first day of school, my luck would run out. But that's another story. Away from Home, Part 1. Mother and I had driven up the M1 to spend the week with my cousins and aunt in Nottinghamshire. Since my mother began petticoating me a few months ago, this was a rare opportunity to spend some time wearing my boy clothes. As the car pulled up outside their house, my mother reminded me to be a good boy, otherwise, she'd take her slipper to my bottom in front of everyone. Yes, Mum, I meekly promised. Being a petticoated boy, my mother insisted that I'd be wearing the appropriate undergarments beneath my clothing every day. We'd been there about 4 or 5 hours when my aunt commented on how well behaved I was being, before reminiscing about the mischief I'd caused in the past. My mother said I'd grown out of all that nastiness, and these days, I'm a good boy. But didn't offer any hints as to why. Even though nobody could see them, I never once forgot about the frilly stretchy pink satin knickers I wore beneath my pants, and with those in mind, I made sure I remained on my best behavior. Later that evening, we sat watching TV and an upcoming film was advertised. My cousins, Deborah and Sabrina, really wanted to watch it and asked if we could all stay up late. It was almost 9 p.m. and usually, I'd go to bed at 10 p.m., the same time as my cousins. The film finished at 11:15 p.m. and, on the condition we all get ready for bed now, then we could stay up late. Deborah and Sabrina cheered, leapt off the sofa and dashed to their room to change into their nighties. Not having unpacked, my mother escorted me to the spare room we'd both be sharing. I glanced around the room and, seeing only a single bed, asked, "Am I sleeping on the floor?" "Yes," my mother replied. "But I got you one of these," she smiled, revealing a candy-pink cylindrical bag. "What's that?" "It's a ready bed," she replied, passing it to me. "Why don't you unpack it whilst I get your nightclothes ready?" I unzipped the bag and removed the ready bed, which is an inflatable mattress and sleeping bag all in one. Unfortunately for me, it had the Disney princesses on it. "Mum, why didn't you get me a boy's one?" I asked, knowing the answer. "Because petticoated boys don't deserve boy things," Mum said in her chirpy, talking down to me voice. "Plus, it matches your nighties," she said as she laid one on the bed. "Oh, Mum, why didn't you bring me my pajamas?" "Because you prefer your nighties," she replied. "But, if I wear that they'll know," I pleaded. "Well, all your gym jams are just as pink and prissy," Mum reminded me. "I meant my old boys' pajamas." "You don't wear boys' pajamas anymore, Peter. You know the rules," she said. I knew not to argue too much these days, so as usual, I just shut up and put up. After pumping up my princess-ready bed, I swallowed my pride and began to remove my clothes. Mother seemed to relish getting me ready for bed, as if my shame was her drug, a nightly fix she needed, no matter what. Although used to the routine, it was, until now, between me and my mother. Soon my aunt and cousins would bear witness to a petticoated boy at bedtime. I couldn't help but shed a handful of tears as she got me ready for bed, garment by humiliating garment. His tears dried up, a trembling Peter is escorted back to the sitting room by his mother. The girls each wear their casual, almost androgynous nightclothes. Sabrina's plaid nightie could easily pass as a boy's nightshirt, and Deborah's grey pajamas bore no girly details or patterns. Peter's nightclothes, on the other hand, were as girly can be. Short puffed sleeves, a large satin bow around the lace-trimmed collar, no less than 4 layers of petticoats. His pink and white monstrosity was so short it left his matching frilly knickers clearly visible. On his feet, a dainty pair of baby pink ballet slippers, each adorned with a white satin bow. The front of his nightdress is decorated with a picture of Aurora from Disney's Sleeping Beauty under a crescent moon with the words "Princess Dreams" printed in ornate italic lettering. There is nothing even remotely androgynous about Peter's nightclothes. From the tips of his toes to the tops of his shoulders, he's as girly can be. Peter watched his cousins' jaws simultaneously drop as they cast their eyes over him, a pink and white blancmange perched on a pair of long, thin, pale legs. The cherry on top being their cousin's bright red face. "That's a lovely nightie, Peter," his aunt said with a sarcastic smile. And those slippers too. You look adorable. Thank you. Peter meekly murmured. Why are you wearing a girl's nightie? Deborah asked through the widest grin. Sabrina hid her giggles behind her hand, before saying, That's not a girl's nightie, that's more like a baby's nightie. Away from Home, Part 2. 3 weeks of petticoating. 3 weeks of secrecy. Now the proverbial cat is out of the bag, and that very same cat has got Peter's tongue. He just stands silent and shy as his cousins sit grinning and giggling at him. Move up, girls, and let Peter sit down, his aunt said. The girls shifted to each end of the sofa, and a petrified Peter sat between them. His voluminous yet short nightdress filled the space between the two girls but left his pale thin legs fully exposed. You've shaved your legs. Sabrina, the elder of the two girls, said. Peter didn't reply. He couldn't reply. He just shifted nervously in his nightie, trying and failing to at least cover a bit of his lap with it. Why is he so girly, Auntie Pat? Deborah asked his mother. Because it's the only way he can behave himself. Peter's mother replied. He never gives any cheek or answers back when he's petticoated. Don't you, Peter? All eyes looked at Peter. He gulped and shook his head. I discovered that the only way he can be a good boy is to dress him as a girl, his mother explained to his gobsmacked cousins. We all know that girls are better than boys, so it makes perfect sense when you think about it, she added as the girls grinned and nodded. Does he wear dresses too? Deborah asked. Of course, every day, his mother replied. Except for school, she paused as smiled at her son. There, he can wear his boy clothes so long as he doesn't complain about wearing his girl clothes at home, she told her nieces. He was dressed as a boy today though. Sabrina pointed out. Well, he did have his knickers on, his mother replied. Didn't you, Peter? He nervously nodded as all eyes turned on him once more. You wear knickers? Deborah asked, sniggering at the thought of it. Girls' knickers. Of course he does, his mother replied on his behalf. Do you like them? Peter shook his head but kept his eyes fixated on his knees. Of course you do, his mother insisted. He pretends he doesn't because he doesn't want people thinking he's a sissy. I'm not a sissy. Peter muttered. Of course you're not, his mother said reassuringly. But you are very pretty, far too pretty for boring boys' clothes. Did you bring any with you? Sabrina asked. Dresses. I mean. Peter gulped and looked at his mother, as she did his packing. No, his mother replied. Phew, thought Peter. Oh, that's a shame. Sabrina sulked. I'd like to see him wearing a dress, especially now we've seen his nightie, she grinned. Well, I thought it would be nice to give him a few days' respite. His mother said, explaining what respite means. He's been ever so good since his petticoating began, so he's earned a few days off. What's petticoating? Deborah asked. Peter's mother explained to her nieces that petticoating is simply a way of making sure naughty boys, like Peter, be on their best behavior. And as you can see, it works wonders, she said proudly. I wish I'd started it years ago, she added, smiling at her sister-in-law. I wish I'd suggested it years ago. Peter's aunt added. Ideally boys should begin petticoating before they reach puberty, 14 is a little late, but, she paused and cast a smile at her nephew. Well, better late than never, his mother said. He's already got a few favorites, which is nice, she added, casting a patronizing smile towards her son. Has he? That's nice to hear, his aunt said, throwing the boy a similar smile. Yes. I bought him one of those gingham school dresses and he likes wearing that, his mother told his aunt. Only because you don't have to button me into it, Peter mumbled. And it doesn't have any bows. You like the color too, his mother reminded him. What color is it? His aunt asked. Green. Peter gulped. Oh, nice. I'll bet you look very sweet as a schoolgirl, his aunt replied. Wouldn't you like to wear a girl's uniform for school? Like hell I would, he silently screamed. Not really, he murmured. Unfortunately, his mother began, his headmistress won't allow it in spite of my insistence that it's an infringement of the equality laws, she said. But he does wear it whilst he does his homework, don't you dear? Peter gulped and nodded. I think all boys should have to dress like girls, Deborah said. Not all boys surely. Sabrina retorted. Not all boys need petticoating, their mother stated, casting a beady eye towards her nephew. Away from Home Part 3. Fortunately, the film began and Peter's petticoated state ceased to be the center of attention. His cousins drank numerous glasses of pop throughout the film. Peter, on the other hand, barely touched his drink, served in a pink spill-proof beaker. The girls couldn't help but tease him, telling him how nice his beaker is and asking which princess is on it. Prompted by his mother, he meekly replies, Cinderella. Is she your favorite? Sabrina grinned. Or is Aurora your favorite, she asked, since she's printed on his prissy pink nightdress. Peter shrugged and his mother said, I don't think he has a favorite, in fact, I don't think he's seen any of the films, she added. The girls are flabbergasted at this claim. Surely everyone has seen most, if not all of the Disney princess films. We've got the box set, Deborah announced. Sabrina suggested watching some over the weekend, but Deborah said she'd rather not, since they are for kids. I know, but I think Peter might enjoy them. Sabrina grinned. I doubt it, Peter grumbled. They quietened down as the movie picked up its pace. Once the film was over and much to Peter's displeasure, his mother asked, Do you need changing before bed, Peter? Peter gulped and shook his head. Changing? Sabrina hesitantly asked. His nappy. Peter's mother replied. But he's too old for nappies, he's not a baby, are you, Peter? Deborah sniggered. No, but he is petticoated, and all petticoated boys wear a nappy for bed. Don't they, Peter? Peter sniffed and nodded. Deborah and Sabrina sniggered before shuffling off to their bedroom. All his hopes of a few days' respites from the humiliation of petticoating had been slashed in fact. Back in diapers. Todd lives with both his parents out in rural Texas. One day while in class, Todd had to go pee really bad. The teacher wouldn't let him go to the restroom. Finally, he couldn't hold his pee no longer. Soon his pee started to come out. Pretty soon he had a noticeable wet spot in front of his pants. The nurse didn't have any change of underwear. Since Todd is small for his age, the nurse grabbed a pair of Pampers diapers she got in stock for the younger kids. Todd didn't want to wear diapers, but the nurse told him that is the only option. After he got diapered, he spent the rest of the day in class hoping no one will notice that he have a diaper on. When he got home, he was lectured by both his parents about learning to hold his pee. They told him to wear that diaper the rest of the day. His little sister, Kim, noticed the diaper. Nice diapers, big bro. Did the poor little baby had a accident today at school, said Kim. Shut up, you little twerp, said Todd. At least I am wearing big girl underwear right now and able to control my bladder, big brother, said Kim sarcastically. It's really embarrassing that I have an older brother who still wets his bed, now I have to hear now that he now wets his pants at school. Todd's parents called a family meeting. Todd, this incident at school was the last straw, said Mom. We are going to the store right now and buying you some diapers to control your bedwetting and daytime accidents, said Dad. Kim burst out in laughter. When we got to Walmart, Kim asked Mom, what kind of diapers will Todd be wearing? Let's take a look and see what they have in stock, said Mom. In the diaper aisle there is a lot of assortments such as Huggies, Pampers, Loves and Goodnights. This will be perfect, said Mom. Same type of diapers the school nurse put on you. She grabbed a box of Pampers size 6. Kim burst out laughing. You would look really cute in Pampers. I hope your new diapers will keep you warm and dry at night. Todd could do nothing but bow his head in embarrassment. On the ride back home, Todd pleaded with his parents to not wear diapers to no avail. After Mom diapered me, she let me watch TV in the living room. When Kim saw the bulge in my pajamas, she burst out laughing, unable to control herself. Poor baby. What's the matter? You are afraid you are going to wet your bed tonight. Shut up, you little brat, I said. Or what, you are going wet your diaper like a little baby that you are. Mom should have put you back in diapers a long time ago. You are nothing but a diaper-wearing baby who can't even control his bladder in daytime. And to think you are older than me and I don't even wet my bed or my pants at school. Todd had nothing to defend himself with. He sulked the rest of the night in the corner watching TV. Todd woke up in a wet bed as usual. At least no wet sheets this time. After getting dressed out of his diaper, Todd went downstairs for breakfast. Did the baby soaked his diaper last night? Teased Kim. Todd, you better not wet your pants in school again, or you're going wear diapers there also, said Mom. At school, Todd dreaded about having to wear diapers at night. He fell asleep in class due to not getting enough sleep last night. Todd, wake up and go to the nurse's office. You wet your pants again, shouted the teacher. He was laughed out of the classroom as usual. The nurse put him in another diaper for the rest of the day. She called Todd's mom. His mom came to the school and gave the nurse few extra diapers for Todd to wear just in case. For now on, if you wet in school you will go see the nurse, said his mom. You will wear diapers full time now, day and night. For the rest of the day he wore a diaper in class, dealing with teasing from his classmates. When Todd got home, his little sister was waiting. It looks like my big brother is now my little brother since he can't control his bladder at school and stay dry at night, teased Kim. Shut up, you little twerp, I said in retaliation. I was so angry that I want to throw her steer across the room. You shut up, at least I wear underwear, see, said Kim as she lifted up her dress, revealing her white panties with flowers on them. Even though you are my big brother, I am more grown up than you at only 7 years old and first grade. Years from now, when we are both grown-ups, I get to brag that I toilet trained before my big brother. I wear underwear at 7 years old, while you wear a baby diaper at 10 years old. I could not say anything to defend myself with. Todd, come upstairs this instant and get ready for bed, shouted Mom. Yeah, baby, time for your diaper change, laughed Kim, get used to wearing these. You will not be wearing underwear for a long time, said Mom. Todd could do nothing but let his mom diaper him. That night he had a dream where he was in school in nothing but his diapers and it was wet with all the other kids pointing and laughing. Todd awoke in a very wet diaper. When he woke up he was like, damn, not again. When Mom came to check on me, saw the soaked diaper. My, good thing you are wearing this, said Mom. She changed Todd into a new diaper for school. When he came downstairs for breakfast, Kim was already sitting at the table eating. Good morning, I didn't see you bring down wet sheets, so I am assuming that your little baby diapers did its job last night, teased Kim. Todd just ate his breakfast in silence. At school he was constantly teased and harassed by his classmates because of his diapers. He constantly have to check in with the nurse and get changed if necessary. The school routine was the same for next few weeks. I managed to make it with no accidents at school the whole time. Mom sat me down in the kitchen and said since I had no more daytime accidents I get to wear underwear to school again, but still have wear diapers at night to control my bedwetting. She bought me a package of goodnights to wear at night. Kim snickered a little, but impressed herself that maybe her big brother going to start acting the part. When the family went to an amusement park that weekend, Mom suggested that I wear a diaper the whole day since long lines to the bathroom. After getting changed in a good night he began to really enjoy himself. He was having so much fun he found himself wetting and soaking that good night pretty good. His mom saw the wet diaper and said in frustration, "I guess we got a new baby in that family." Kim laughed, "I guess Todd is now my little brother and I have to be a role model and teach the little baby how to use the toilet like everyone else." When we got home, Kim dragged me into the bathroom and closed the door. He pulled her pants and panties down and sat on the toilet and began peeing. This is how big kids use the toilet. Since your little sister going to teach you how to potty like a big boy? She finished and then started showing off her panties to me. She was wearing Care Bears panties Mom recently bought for her the same day she bought me Pampers. "You like my new underwear? I am showing you this in case you forget what big kid underwear looks like," teased Kim. "It looks like back to diapers for me." Being made to wear nappies. 2 days ago, my sister and I were hanging out talking about random shit when the subject of her bedwetting came up. I teased her about it, but she got upset and told my mother about me making fun of her. My mother was enraged. She plays favorites and always favors her over me. She shouted to wait and see what is going to happen. I thought nothing too much of it and continued on with my day. The next day I woke up and all my underwear was missing. It was a school day, so I had to get dressed in my uniform very soon at that point. Confused, I went downstairs to inquire my mother where my underwear was and was taken aback when I saw my father at the table, as he was usually still asleep early in the morning. I asked them about my missing underwear, but they told me that they took it all. They said it was punishment for teasing my sister. After asking them what I was gonna wear under my pants for school, they took out a pack of nappies, diapers. They then told me I was to wear them for school. Unable to see any other alternatives, I bit the bullet and put them on, and went to school, and the day went quite normally. Though, I was constantly paranoid that people would notice my butt being a bit bigger due to the nappy. I came home ready to interrogate my parents. My father wasn't home as he had work, so I went to talk to my mum. As soon as I saw her, she asked if I was still wearing a nappy, which I answered. I told her I was sorry for teasing my sister, but she said I had to learn a lesson and saying sorry wasn't going to solve anything. I asked her for my underwear back at least, but she said I was going to wear nappies until at least October. My heart sank. There was no way I had heard what I thought I had. I argued, but eventually I grew tired and retreated to my room. I checked my drawers and they were crammed with nappies, baby powder and the likes. I almost broke down right then and there after realizing how real the situation was. My sister came by to laugh at me, of course, though I knew better than to get angry at her. At tea, the air was awkward and I didn't want to start a conversation in fear of someone bringing up the fact I was wearing a nappy. My mum did start talking though, about how her day has been. I tried to reach a certain normality by responding to her normally, but she just talked to me in baby talk, trying to mock me, I thought. Even my sister at this point was a bit weirded out and left the table without eating much, though if I had left before eating my whole meal I would have gotten done for it. My mum and dad started talking to each other about me as if I wasn't there. I assumed that they had a spoken agreement with each other to treat me like this. At first, they were talking about my school stuff and ordinary things which I blanked out as I was trying to eat my tea. My ears perked up, however, when my mum started talking about my wearing skirts and that she was thinking of replacing my pants with them to make it easier. I had no clue what it meant, but I ate the rest of my food and went into my room. A few hours after I had a bath, I realized that I hadn't used the toilet all day. Keep in mind it was around 12 a.m., so it was unusual I hadn't gone even once except maybe in the morning. I got up to use the toilet but found it was locked. I hadn't noticed earlier, but there was now a lock on the door to the toilet. I was bursting for a pee though, so I went to my room and did what I had to do. I made use of the nappy bag supply that my parents had put in my bedroom to dispose of the waste, though I am kind of paranoid that they will find it, so I plan to take out my rubbish in the morning. I put on a new nappy and am kinda waiting for the next problem I am going to face. Today, my mum woke up fairly early and came into my room to wake me up. She noticed that there was a used nappy in my bin and said to me that she expected as much from me. I asked her why she locked the toilet door up and she told me I didn't deserve the privilege of using the toilet so that I can experience what my sister does firsthand plus more. I told her that I was sorry that I made fun of her, but she said that the discussion has ended and that the punishment is not being stopped until at least October. She then asks me to show her that I was still wearing the diaper and she commented on the fact that I was still dry. I then went downstairs to have some breakfast, and my mum followed suit. Trying to annoy her, I asked her if she could make my breakfast and then sat down at the table expectantly. Much to my surprise, she didn't argue with me at first and made me some cereal. She then sat across from me and started to move the spoon from the bowl to my mouth, offering to feed me. I decided to not argue and let her feed me, thinking that in the long term she would get tired looking after me. I suddenly had the urge to pee, so I did so in order to gross out my mother. It kinda backfired though, and instead she checked my nappy and saw that it was wet and ordered me to lie down. I did so, and a couple minutes later she came back with a new nappy and baby powder. I instantly realized what was going to happen next and she wasted no time in changing me. She told me that if I needed nappies so much, she would have gotten some for me sooner. She then proceeded to tell me that she doesn't want me to be changed without either hers, my dad's or my sister's permission, and promptly left the room. She returned with a brand new school uniform. I could tell right away it was a girl's one. I was kinda freaked out but reached to take it nonetheless. She pulled away and said that she was going to dress me herself. I ended up in a blouse, with the school's blazer on top. I wore knee-high socks, a pleated skirt and Mary Jane shoes. I didn't look too ridiculous. My shoulder-length hair and androgynous looks had people confused before I ever wore a piece of girl's clothing. My sister came down the stairs and was kind of blown away by the fact I was wearing a girl's uniform. To her credit, she wasn't mean and actually complimented me a lot, though it was kind of backhanded as she complimented me for how feminine I was. By the time we had to leave, it suddenly sunk in how screwed I was at school. My mum drove us there and I was conscious not only about my uniform, but about my nappy. I was scared my skirt would betray me and flash my nappy to everyone. My mum explained that she had called my teacher ahead of time and explained one or two things to her about why I was wearing a girl's uniform. I was panicked and asked if she told her about my nappy wearing, and she said she did. I was mortified, and still am. I also had no idea how my mum managed to convince my teacher that everything was chill. At school, I got mocked for wearing a girl's uniform, obviously. Guys would mockingly catcall me and call me the usual slurs. That said, I think they got bored after a while, and whilst I did get my fair share of being made fun of, I also received a bunch of compliments from girls, which was an ego boost, despite the strange circumstance I found myself in. I wanted to try and go to the toilet at school so I didn't have to use my nappy, but I didn't get to the point where I thought I needed it. When my mum came to collect me and my sister, that is the moment I had the sudden urge to poo. I whispered to my mum that I needed a poo, and if she could let me go back to the school to go to the toilet quickly. She refused, and told me that I had a nappy on for a reason so I should use it. On the drive home, I pooped myself, and my sister pulled back my skirt, gagging, and shouted out that I did it. I started to bawl my eyes out. My mum passed a dummy to my sister and told her to give that to your baby brother so he doesn't get upset. My sister commented that I was more like a little sister now, which I didn't appreciate, but I let her put the dummy in my mouth because at the end of the day, I am fond of my sister. She is a nice person. Admittedly, the dummy did calm me down a lot, and when we were at home I was completely calmed down. It was kind of amazing, though I would never admit that for obvious reasons. My dad came and greeted us. He picked me up like a toddler, with one arm tucked under my now smelly butt, and transported me inside. I was laid down on some sort of changing mat and my mum told my sister to change my nappies for £20 in pocket money. My sister obliged, but it was probably the most embarrassing thing that has happened so far through these couple of days, and that is saying a lot. She was obviously repulsed and gagged a lot but made sure to talk to me in baby talk and tried to comfort me. Honestly, despite the embarrassment, I felt like it was the closest we had ever bonded. After my nappy change, my mum told me I could go play in my room now. I told her that I needed a drink, but she interrupted me and said I had to speak like a baby until October. I was really thirsty at this point, so I asked, "Can I please have a drink, mummy?" in the cringiest voice I have ever done in my life. She said, "That's a bit better," and I went in my room to play some video games and wait for my drink. However, my room was completely changed. There was not a gaming console in sight. I am lucky I still have my phone at the moment. Instead of video games and books, my room was filled with baby toys, and my bed had been replaced with a large crib that could weirdly fit me. My mum came in and gave me a baby bottle full of milk, and told me to enjoy my drink. After she left, that's when I started writing this, as quickly as I could. IDK if I will be allowed my phone for any longer. Brit was 17 at the time. She was very popular and absolutely stunning. She was about 5 feet 3 inches, with long brown wavy hair and had a body like Marilyn Monroe. Brit had a secret only very few people knew. She wore diapers, not because she needed them, she just liked them. It started at a very young age when she used to take diapers from her cousins. She even pretended to wet the bed for a month and got her mom to buy her goodnights. Eventually her mom found out the truth. She did not mind that her daughter wore diapers and continued buying them for her. She figured it was better to be addicted to diapers than drugs or alcohol, plus it didn't hurt anyone or anything. Besides, she liked changing and babying her daughter. Brit wore 24/7, she lost her nighttime bladder control and had almost lost control during the day as well. She still used the potty when she pooped for the most part. Sometimes when it was just her and her mom alone, she would poop in her diapers. Her mom didn't mind changing poopy diapers. It was summer holidays for Brit and her mom. Brit woke up to her mom changing her wet diaper. She just smiled and said good morning. Her mom smiled back, said good morning, and said once she was changed to get dressed, they were going shopping in the city today. Her mom did up the diaper, pulled the diaper cover over Brit's diaper and left the room. Brit got out of bed and picked out an outfit. When the two girls went to the city, Brit liked to wear short skirts so people could see her diaper. It was fun for them to watch people's reaction. So as always, she picked out a short red skirt, a nice black belly shirt so the top of her diaper could peek out, a pair of thigh-high fishnets and red heels. She did her hair and makeup and went downstairs. Brit's mom's name was Amy. She was also a very good-looking lady. She was 5 feet 7 inches, long dirty blonde hair, and a curvy beautiful body. Brit always tried to get her mom to wear a diaper, but she always declined. The girls sat down and ate breakfast. When they finished, Amy asked if Brit needed a change before they left. Brit said no and brought her plate to the sink. Her mom giggled, walked over to Brit and grabbed the crotch of her diaper. "Looks like you need that change after all." Brit blushed. "I didn't even realize," she replied. She then went to her room, laid down and waited for Amy to get a clean diaper. She came in and proceeded to change Brit. Before she did up the tapes, Brit felt her mom stick a finger in her bum. Brit jumped and asked what the heck she was doing. "Just checking something was all," she said. Amy did up the tape and pulled up the diaper cover, then went to her room. She grabbed the diaper bag and went to leave the room. Brit stopped and asked if she could diaper Amy. She thought about it for a minute and finally gave in to her daughter's begging. Amy laid down and watched while her daughter excitedly diapered her. Amy grabbed a plastic diaper cover and put it on. She then went to pull up her jeans, but Brit stopped her. "You can't wear that outfit now," she told her mother. "Well, what can I wear then?" she replied. Brit went into the closet and pulled out a blue tube top, black mini skirt, black thigh-high nylons and black thigh-high heels. Amy put on the new outfit and looked in the mirror. "You can see my diaper," she told Britt. Britt just smiled and said, "I know." The girls got in the car and left for the city. On the way there, Amy told Britt she needed a pee break. But Britt told her she wasn't allowed, that's what the diaper was for. Amy thought about it and gave in again, she let it all go. She felt the warmth spread through the diaper. Once she was done, Amy let out a little giggle. Britt asked what was so funny. "I actually enjoy this," she admitted to her daughter. Britt returned the giggle. When they arrived, they went straight to Costco. That's where they bought the diapers, as it was much cheaper. The girls got out of the car, both with soaking wet diapers. Britt's mom hesitated at first. Britt asked what was wrong. "Everyone can see my diaper and it's soaked. Not to mention how much I'm waddling," she replied. "So you don't know anyone here?" "It will be fun, I promise," Britt assured her. As soon as they got in the store, everyone was looking. Amy was as red as a tomato. They walked straight to the diapers. All of a sudden, Britt's tummy started grumbling. "Mom, I got to go to the bathroom," she said. Britt took one step and just like that she filled her diaper. Her mom giggled. Britt was in shock. She never pooped herself in public before. Then she realized what her mom was doing this morning. She put a laxative up Britt's bum. Amy grabbed 6 cases of diapers and went to the cash register. She had completely forgotten about her very wet diaper. She paid for the diapers and both girls waddled out giggling and laughing. They put the diapers in the car and went to the mall. Britt enjoyed feeling her mess squish around all the way to the mall. She enjoyed it more than it embarrassed her. They finally arrived at the mall. Amy grabbed the diaper bag and they started walking to the entrance. Luckily, the cover kept the stink in so everyone could only see the messy diaper and not smell it. They got into the mall and headed for the bathrooms. But before they could make it, someone stopped them. It was Britt's vice principal. She was a very nice lady, but neither of the girls wanted to talk to them at that point. Both girls went red. They talked a while as if she didn't notice the girls' diapers. But just when the conversation was wrapping up, she popped the question. "So don't mean to be rude, but why are you 2 girls wearing diaper?" Amy and Britt just smiled and said goodbye. They left and went straight to the family bathroom so they could change each other in private. They did not care if people saw their diapers, but they didn't want anyone to see their privates. Britt also didn't want everyone smelling her messy. The mall had an actual changing table that was rather large. Amy laid out the adult changing pad she had and got Britt to hop up so she could change her. Once she got Britt all clean and into a fresh diaper, it was her turn. Britt took off Amy's diaper, wiped her down, went into the diaper bag and grabbed a diaper. Unfortunately for Amy, she left the suppositories in the bag. Britt wanted payback. She grabbed not 1 but 2 of them. Amy knew Britt would get her back, so she just laid there waiting. Britt lifted her legs and pushed the first one in. Amy relaxed, not expecting anything more. Just then she felt the second one slip in. "Hey, that's not fair, I only gave you 1, she protested. "Oops," Britt said with a smile. She did up her mother diaper and the girls left the bathroom. Amy was unsure of when the laxative would kick in, so it made her a little nervous. Eventually she forgot about them and forgot about the diaper too. They walked around the mall, checked out all the stores. They made sure they dropped a lot of stuff so they could bend over, making it even more obvious that they were wearing diapers. The girls bought some new outfits, making sure their diapers would be obvious in them. Amy told Britt that she liked being diapered and she was going to wear 24/7 too. They went into a medical store and bought Amy some diaper covers of her own. They were walking through the mall when all of a sudden Amy stopped dead. The laxatives kicked in and Amy filled her diaper, then went red as a tomato again. Britt knew what happened instantly. "Come over here and sit, Mom," giggled Britt. "You don't look so well, come over here and take a few minutes." She dragged her mom over to the bench and practically pushed her down. Amy felt her mess spread as she sat down. Instead of being disgusted as she thought she might, she actually liked it. Once she sat down, she started giggling. She whispered to Brit, "This is kind of nice," and giggled again. After a few minutes, Amy stood back up and started walking. "Where do you think you're going, miss?" "To the bathroom," Amy replied. "I need changed." Brit giggled and told her that she wasn't going to change her until she had peed in it as well. Amy blushed and said okay. The laxatives weren't done though. As she continued to walk more, she kept messing. It was lunchtime, so the girls headed to the food court. By this time you could clearly see that Amy had a messy diaper. Brit had peed 3 times in hers. It swelled up so much that it made her noticeably waddle. The girls got their food and went to sit down. It seemed as if the whole mall was there and everyone stared. The girls didn't care, however, they just found a table and sat down. Amy giggled as she sat down in her very messy diaper. The girls ate their lunch and watched everyone's reaction. Once they finished their lunch and threw out their trash, they went to finish their shopping. Brit told her mom she needed a change. "Not until you poop again," she smiled. Amy finally peed her diaper and almost instantly Brit filled her diaper. The two smiled and walked to the bathroom. On the way there they made a truce of no more laxatives today. Once they were both cleaned up and had fresh diapers on, they headed to Victoria's Secret. One of the store clerks came up and asked if they needed any help. They told her no thanks, they're just looking. Once the girls got to the back corner of the store where nobody else was, the same girl came up but this time had a different question. "Are you guys ABDLs?" Brit smiled. "Yes, we are." "I thought so." "You two are so cute," she giggled. "I am too," she told them. "There's an ABDL store not far from here. I can write down the address if you would like." "Yes, please," Amy replied. They got the address and left, making sure to thank the girl for everything. They girls made one more stop before leaving the mall. They went into the girls' bathroom, took off their skirts, put them in their purses and left the mall, making sure to take the longest route possible and passing by Victoria's Secret once more. They got to the car and put their skirts back on. Both girls were giggling their heads off. Brit grabbed the GPS, put into address and they headed out. The girls knew what ABDLs were because of research Amy did when she first learned her daughter liked wearing diaper. Neither one had ever been to an ABDL store or even heard of such thing. When they arrived at the store they both were smiling. In the window was an adult-sized crib with an adult onsie and diapers everywhere. The girls got out of the car, took off their skirts and walked in. They spent over an hour looking at everything. There was diapers, clothing, pacifiers, cute plastic diaper covers, even furniture. The girls were in love. Amy bought Brit a cute pink onsie, a pacifier, a few bottles, some more diaper covers and an adult-sized changing table for both of them. Then when Brit was distracted, she bought extra strength laxatives that will make the person lose control of their bowels for a week. By the time the girls went to leave they had both soaked their diapers. The store clerk noticed and told them to use the bathroom there. Amy and Brit walked in and instantly knew why she told them to use it. There was an adult changing table with free super thick diapers. Once both girls were changed into the super thick diapers, they thanked the store clerk and headed home. Brit was smiling and staring at her mom. She knew that she had finally changed her mom into a diaper lover for life. Now the girls had something in common that they could do together. Brit slowly drifted asleep, happier than ever. Caught wearing a nappy. Part 1. Andy is 19 years old and still no job since graduating high school. Andy would rather sit around at home and watch television. In spite of warnings from mom, Andy does not look for a job. Pam is his mother. She is not happy Andy turned out to be lazy. "Really, Jane, my son is a couch potato," Pam told her sister on the phone. "He watches television most of the time rather than work like most young adults." "This sounds serious, Pam," Jane said. "He needs some discipline." Send him over to my house as soon as possible, honey. Aunt Jane has a plan that will lead to Andy being treated like he acts. Aunt Jane is convinced Andy is immature for his age and acting like a toddler, not an adult. Today is Friday, July 10, 1985, when Pam and Jane discuss Andy on the phone. I don't know what to do with the boy, Pam said. I will drop him off at your place in the morning. Leave it to me to put Andy in his place, Jane said. I have an idea on how to handle Andy. The phone call ends and plans are made by Pam and her sister Jane. An hour later, Mom has a talk with her immature son Andy. Pam brings up at the dinner table that Andy needs a change in his daily life. Pam explains she is not happy with her son's lazy behavior and bad attitude. I am dropping you off at my sister Jane's house in the morning, Mother explained. She is expecting you. You must be kidding me, Mom, Andy replied. Aunt Jane is strict, not nice like you are. Maybe I have been too nice, son, Pam said. You are small for your age, but that is no excuse for being lazy. Supper is great, being Andy's favorite stuffed pork chops. Andy does not like the idea of staying a month with his Aunt Jane. After an argument, Mother comes out the winner. A bag will be packed for the trip for Andy after supper. Meanwhile, Aunt Jane is preparing for Andy and has come up with a plan. Andy has always been curious, that will be what gets him where he belongs. Aunt Jane has a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, single-story home in Houston, Texas. The guest room is ready with a twin bed, dresser, and a color television. The master bedroom is where Aunt Jane sleeps, and there is a bathroom in that bedroom. The 3rd bedroom is Kathy's old room. It is basically empty since Kathy moved out 2 years ago. Aunt Jane smiles and sings lullabies as she assembles the old crib Kathy used to sleep in up to age 12. Kathy was a bedwetter, so Mother kept her in diapers every night and she slept in the large crib. This was a family secret and Andy was forbidden to go in that room when he visited with his mother Pam. Andy was always curious about what is in that room he was not supposed to see. Aunt Jane assembles a diaper table in the room too. There is a set of shelves along one wall and a large high chair just set up by Jane. At the age of 19, Andy is 4 feet 8 inches tall, weighing 70 pounds. Years ago when Kathy was 10, she was his size at his adult age. This got Aunt Jane thinking, so she set up the old nursery again. The shelves are stocked with cloth diapers and plastic baby panties for a little girl. Aunt Jane washes 24 Curity cloth flat diapers with pinked edges. These diapers are 20 inches by 40 inches and fit Kathy perfect when folded in half and layered. Aunt Jane washes 12 cloth pre-fold diapers 16 inches by 20 inches that also fit Kathy perfect. These diapers are 6 layers thick on the outside with a wide pad down the middle 10 layers thick. They are 6 Gerber pre-folds. Aunt Jane washes and dries all the diapers along with 10 pairs of plastic baby panties that will also fit Andy. There are 2 pink, 2 yellow, and 2 milky white. Aunt Jane finds the plastic baby panties Kathy liked the best. There are 2 pairs of a white nursery print and 2 pairs of pink rumba panties with white frills across the backside. They are very little girlish. Aunt Jane comes up with another idea. She unboxes some of Kathy's old clothes and washes them. On the shelves are the diapers and plastic panties. Also on the shelves are girls' shorts and tops neatly folded. Several old Onuses in Kathy's size are on the shelves. Aunt Jane made sure to wash Kathy's little girl's socks and a few training bras. All of this is placed on the shelves in the nursery. Shiny black strap shoes are found and placed on the shelves. In the closet, Aunt Jane puts 2 nightgowns that are short. One is pink and the other is yellow. Both are nylon tricot and little girlish. Several cute little girls' dresses are hung up. Aunt Jane's plan is to tell Andy the other bedroom that was Kathy's is off limits to him like before. She knows his curiosity will make Andy check out the room. Boy, will he get a surprise when Aunt Jane catches Andy. Back at Pam and Andy's house, also in Houston, Texas, a suitcase is being packed. Mom puts white briefs, tube socks, shorts, and t-shirts in the suitcase. Mom adds a pair of dress pants and a few dress shirts. Mom does not know everything Aunt Jane has in mind for Andy. Part 2, moving ahead in the story. Today is Saturday at 9 a.m. in the morning. Breakfast is served before Pam and Andy put his suitcase in the car with overnight bag. This has brush, comb, toothbrush, and cologne. Aunt Jane is expecting us at 10 a.m. so let's get going, Mom told Andy. I expect you to behave for Aunt Jane. Sure Mom, I am too old and mature to get in trouble, Andy said being arrogant. At a few minutes after 10 a.m. they arrive at Aunt Jane's house. The yard is neatly cut, edged, and hedges trimmed. Aunt Jane has a dependable yard man. Aunt Jane comes out to greet her guests with a smile. Hello sister, wonderful to see you again, Aunt Jane said. How are you doing little Andy? I am fine but you don't need to call me little Andy, Andy pointed out. I am 19 years old now. Andy grabs his overnight bag and Mom grabs his suitcase. Aunt Jane shows them to her spare room where the luggage is put. They do not unpack anything at this time. Andy loves the room with a 20-inch color television. This is perfect for him. This is your room Andy, Aunt Jane said. Like before, stay out of the other bedroom that used to be Kathy's. Sure if that is what you want, Andy said curiously. The family gets in Aunt Jane's car to go grocery shopping. Extra food is needed with Andy staying a full month. Aunt Jane has a luxury 1982 Bic Electra 225. They arrive at Publix in just 10 minutes. I will need a shopping cart for all we must buy, Aunt Jane said grabbing one. They go up and down every aisle in the store getting all that is needed. They get canned goods, frozen foods, deli foods, bakery foods, and finally meat and dairy. Fresh produce is also purchased. The family goes through a checkout and pays for their purchase, which is bagged by a nice young lady. Jane has Pam and Andy take the basket to the car. She wants to grab a few things she forgot but actually did not want Andy to see. Go ahead and load the bags in my trunk, Aunt Jane said. I need to grab a few more items. Aunt Jane goes to the baby aisle. She grabs a case of 6 cans of baby formula. She fills another box with many assorted jarred baby foods. At home she found a bib, 2 pacifiers, and some old baby powder. Aunt Jane picks up new baby powder and diaper rash cream. I got what else is needed, Aunt Jane said putting the 2 boxes in the trunk. Let's go back home. After getting back home and parking near the front door, all grocery bags are carried to the kitchen. This includes the boxes that are covered so no one knows what is in them. Go ahead and get some exercise outside while I put the groceries away, Aunt Jane told Andy. Andy does this happily to avoid any more work. Jane puts things away with Pam's help. Before they get to the boxes, Pam goes to Andy's room to unpack his things. Toiletries are put in the hall bathroom and clothes are put in the dresser. Later Pam thanks Jane for looking after Andy. She is not sure what Jane has in mind but knows Andy will be disciplined. The 2 sisters talk about old times and how things are presently going. Lunch is served at 2 p.m. since they lost track of time talking so much. Andy is called inside and sits at the table. Roast beef sandwiches are served with a tray of raw vegetables. Everyone has a soda with lots of ice. I hear you are quite lazy and act immature for an adult age 19, Aunt Jane stated looking at Andy. Huh? Where did you get that idea? Andy replied. From your mother of course, Aunt Jane said. At your age you must prepare for the future. Andy ignores the comment, not thinking anything of it. The family plays Monopoly until supper, which is a baked frozen sausage and pepperoni pizza. Pam helps with the chores but Andy makes sure to go outside and avoid any work. It is great to see you again, Jane told Pam. I know you need to get back home and I will care for Andy. Yes Jane, lovely to see you again, Pam said. I am happy you will look after Andy for a month. Andy gives Mom a hug before she leaves in her car at 7 p.m. Aunt Jane is quick to have Andy take a bath and wash his long blonde hair. Andy obeys since he needs a bath before going to bed later. I will find a pair of your pajamas and clean briefs, Aunt Jane said while Andy takes a hot comfy bath. Here is your night clothes, Aunt Jane said entering the bathroom. I put them on the counter, sweetie. Andy bathes, washes his hair, dries off with a towel, and wet combs his hair. He puts on white briefs, white socks, and pajamas that are blue shorts with a top in blue. On the way to his room he notices the other spare room has the door closed. Andy is curious about what could be in that room. It has been kept a secret for years. Andy is not about to go in there now. Part 3. After a few hours of Andy watching television with Aunt Jane, she goes to bed at 11 p.m. Andy stays up until midnight before going to his bedroom. Andy passed by the other bedroom that is off limits. He is about to open the door but changes his mind. In his bedroom, Andy watches his color television for a half hour. At 12:30 he is convinced Aunt Jane is asleep by now. He shuts off his television and notices Aunt Jane's bedroom door is closed with lights out. Andy is curious about what is in that other bedroom. Being very quiet and sneaky, Andy opens the door. He shuts the door before turning on the overhead light. He dims the light with a dimmer switch. Andy is shocked to see a large girl's crib with matching diaper table. He concludes Kathy must have been a bedwetter. Andy is amazed to see the large pink crib with white sheets and pillowcase. The diaper table is also large, being pink with a white padded mattress. A large wood high chair is in the corner. Andy sees the shelves filled with diapers and plastic baby panties. He notices Kathy's old clothes neatly folded on the shelves. Wow. So this is the big secret, Andy is thinking. His girl cousin Kathy used to wet the bed and slept in her crib diapered at an older age. Andy opens the door slowly to see Aunt Jane is still asleep with lights out. Curiosity got the best of Andy as he checks out a pre-fold diaper. He opens the diaper and puts it on the diaper table. Should he dare to pin the diaper on? Sure, why not, since no one will know but him. Andy quietly finds 4 large pink head diaper pins. He puts them on the diaper table along with milky white plastic baby panties. Andy does not want the girls' plastic panties, but the white ones are cool. Andy is not a cross-dresser and has been out of diapers for years. Feeling a bit nervous, Andy undresses completely. He lays on the diaper table, curious about how it would feel to be back in diapers. Andy does not bother with diaper rash cream or baby powder. He wants to pin on a quick diaper and maybe check this idea out again when Aunt Jane is not at home. Andy lays on the diaper and pulls the front up between his legs. He fumbles with the diaper pins, having difficulty pinning on the thick cloth pre-fold diaper. All of a sudden, Aunt Jane opens the nursery door. "What the hell are you doing in this bedroom?" Aunt Jane said sternly, "You are trying to pin on a diaper." No ma'am, I was just curious what was in the room," Andy said, no longer wanting the diaper on. "You want to wear a diaper?" Aunt Jane asked. "No problem, let your Aunt Jane pin your diaper on," Aunt Jane said, coming up to the diaper table. "No ma'am, please don't do that," Andy said, "I was not going to keep the diaper on." Aunt Jane is humming a lullaby as she collects diaper rash cream and baby powder. She insists a diaper must be put on properly to avoid diaper rash. "I know now you want to be my toddler girl," Aunt Jane said, "why else would you be in this room?" "No please, don't pin the diaper on me," Andy pleaded, about to get up and leave. Aunt Jane pushes Andy back down on his back. She takes the diaper rash cream and covers Andy's bottom. Baby powder is used next, and this is repeated on Andy's front diaper area. Andy is feeling embarrassed and humiliated at this time. Aunt Jane pulls the front of the thick pre-fold cloth diaper up between Andy's legs and pins it at the waist. She takes 2 more diaper pins and pins the diaper tight around Andy's thighs. Pink plastic rumba panties with white frills across the back are put on Andy. "Remember, this was your idea, sweetie," Aunt Jane said. "A diaper is perfect for an immature boy." "Stop this!" Andy exclaimed, "I don't need diapers." Looks like you are staying in the nursery for a month, Aunt Jane said, grabbing a pink nightgown. A pink lacy training bra is fastened on Andy first. Aunt Jane stands her little nephew up and slips the nightgown over his head. The nightgown is pink nylon with short puffy sleeves. The nightgown barely covers Andy's thick diaper and romper panties. This is not fair, Andy said. I am not a toddler girl. I warned you to stay out of this room, Aunt Jane told Andy. You wanted to be diapered and now you are. Andy is about ready to throw a fit but is reminded he can be spanked if needed. This further embarrasses little Andy. His tube socks are replaced with pink lacy top girls' socks. Andy is easily picked up and placed in the girl's crib. The side is raised until it locks. This is how an immature lazy brat like you needs to be treated, Aunt Jane said. Taking off your diaper or getting out of this crib means an immediate spanking. Andy is not happy that his curiosity got him in this situation. Aunt Jane is keeping the boy diapered for his entire visit. This includes day diapers, Aunt Jane told Andy. Aunt Jane dims the light more and leaves the nursery with the door half open. I'm going to love having a baby girl again, Jane said. Part 4. Andy is laying in the crib thickly diapered like a toddler girl. He was caught in the nursery, which was off limits to Andy. Aunt Jane came in and found Andy trying to pin on a diaper. Being nice, Aunt Jane assisted Andy and pinned his diaper on. Andy objected to this. To further surprise Andy, his Aunt Jane put girls' plastic romper panties on Andy over his diaper. She dressed Andy in a pink nightgown. Andy is wishing he had his bedroom back with the twin bed and color television. Andy is having trouble sleeping knowing Aunt Jane is keeping him in diapers for his entire month-long visit. Aunt Jane is happy her little plan to get Andy back in diapers for being immature and lazy worked great. Andy drifts off to sleep around 2 a.m. sleeping in the crib. He wakes up a couple of hours later needing to pee. Andy can't hold it and floods his diaper. Aunt Jane will have to change Andy in the morning. Aunt Jane wakes up at 8 a.m. bright and happy to have a toddler girl to take care of again. She is using diaper discipline on little Andy, who is just 4 feet 8 inches tall, weighing 70 pounds. This will make it easy for Aunt Jane to dominate Andy. She decides to call her sister Pam. Ring, ring. Hello, this is Pam speaking, she said, answering the phone. Who is calling and how may I help you this morning? This is your sister Jane calling, Jane said. I have some news about your son Andy. I found him late last night trying to pin on a diaper in the nursery. You must be kidding, Pam replied. I thought the old nursery was stored in the garage. It was until I heard Andy is coming to visit, Jane said. I put everything back in the nursery, including all of Kathy's old cloth diapers and plastic baby panties. Did you tell Andy to stay out of the spare bedroom like in the past? Pam asked. Yes, I did, but his curiosity got the best of Andy, Jane replied. I had to go ahead and put Andy back in diapers and dressed him like a baby girl. This is great considering how immature Andy has been acting, Pam added. He deserves punishment. I knew you would agree and have a wonderful idea, Jane told her sister. Sell your home and move in with me. We can keep Andy a toddler girl. Ha ha, that would give the brat what he deserves for being so lazy and immature, Pam agreed. I told you I would put Andy in his proper place, Jane continued. Give me the month and then move in. I will call the realtor and sell my home, Pam replied. Jane and Pam make lots of plans, including her keeping Andy in diapers and changing him like a toddler girl. Pam needs time to sell the house and a month is good. At first Andy will not be told about mother moving in. Andy, are you awake in the nursery? Aunt Jane said after hanging up the phone. I bet you need changing. No ma'am, I need this damn diaper off, Andy replied. How dare you talk to me that way, Aunt Jane said. You are getting a spanking over my knee. Andy realizes he just made another stupid mistake. He is picked up after the crib side is lowered. Aunt Jane puts little Andy on the diaper table. She takes off his nightgown and plastic romper panties. Andy has a very wet diaper unpinned and put in the diaper pail. As soon as I clean you up you go over my knees, Aunt Jane said using the large baby wipes. Sorry Aunt Jane, please don't spank me at my age, Andy pleaded. Aunt Jane picks up Andy and stands him next to an armless chair in the nursery. Andy is wearing only a training bra and lacy girl's socks. Aunt Jane grabs the boy's arms and pulls Andy over her knees. Slap, 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 slap. Aunt Jane is spanking Andy's bare bottom on both cheeks. Slap, 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 slap. Andy don't like being disciplined like a toddler. He objects but this don't stop his spanking. Slap, 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 slap. Aunt Jane spanks both but cheeks a bit harder. You are a bad little girl who needs this spanking, Aunt Jane said. You will be spanked anytime you show disrespect to me, tell a lie, or curse. Slap, 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 slap. The spanking continues for several more minutes. Slap, 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 slap. Soon Andy is crying and kicking his feet, unable to get away. Slap, 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 slap. Aunt Jane feels the boy has had enough. Aunt Jane picks up Andy and lays him on the diaper table. She rubs in diaper rash cream on his bottom which helps the burn a little bit. Baby powder is used next. Andy's front diaper area is treated the same way. Aunt Jane opens up another thick pre-fold. She grabs Andy by both ankles and lifts his bottom. The diaper is slipped in place and Andy's bottom lowered. Aunt Jane pulls the front of the diaper up between Andy's legs and pins the waist tight. She pins the diaper tight around Andy's thighs with 2 more diaper pins. You get to wear the same sissy, frilly, plastic, rumba panties Angie, Aunt Jane said, slipping them on. I will call you Angie from now on.